Well, good morning. We're about 10 minutes away from opening ceremonies. 10 minutes. Well, we're just a couple minutes away from getting kicked off. We're going to ask all the clubs and the members to line up for opening ceremonies, please. Well, good morning and welcome to the 83rd Annual Carstairs and District 4-H Show and Sale. We're going to get things kicked off right away here. We're going to welcome into the ring our members, and starting it off will be the Prairie Partners 4-H Club. Following them, we got the ones in red, the West Carstairs 4-H Club. And rounding out our members, we're going to welcome to the arena the Cremona 4-H Club. Well, a good-looking group of young kids there. We're looking forward to a great day at the 4-H Show and Sale. Right now, though, we're going to ask everybody to rise. We're going to welcome Aaliyah Farquharson to the mic to pay tribute to this great nation of ours. Please remove cover. It's all yours, Aaliyah.
true patron love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. What a great job. You bet. Just a great voice. Well, we are going to do our 4-H pledge, and we are going to bring up to the mic McKenna Barnett.
I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands for larger service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Well, good job. Thank you very much. I think with that, we're going to have Alex Baker, our president, say some words here.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us with our 83rd annual Carstairs and District Show and Sale. We're excited to have all the members and our community supporters here today, so let's have a great day.
Well, thank you, Alex. We're not going to waste any time here. Again, another round for our 4-H members. We're going to get ready for our show and sale.
she was good and gave us the results. So as long as she has a program in her hand, then sweet. Then we don't have to figure it out.
Well, I've got the official word. It looks like we're going to get kicked off with class number 1. Again, our show marshal today is Heather Gottenboss. Thank you for keeping everybody in line. It is going to be the Prairie Partners Market Lamb. Class, we're going to welcome to the arena our confirmation judge, Courtney Taylor, and showmanship, Stacy Price. They were here yesterday with us, and we're grateful that they're here again today with us. Again, our ringman, Griffin Keitel, thank you as well for being here. And we are going to open the gates and welcome in class number 1. Competitor 140, a junior member out of the Prairie Partners Market Lamb Club, Sarah Audley, with her Suffolk Cross lamb. Following her, number 141, Kyber Hannah. And following him, 240, our intermediate member, Danielle Audley. This year, Sarah Audley's market lamb is a ram. He's a Suffolk Canada Cross. His name is Charlie. And she's not working on her project. She does enjoy small engines. And Kyber Hannah, been in 4-H for 3 years now. This is her market lamb, Cream Puff. Yes, just like the dessert. She's an Argot Cross and has been a lot of fun so far, she said. She weighed 45.2 pounds at weigh-in, and she's going to grow about 100 more pounds around showtime. And Daniel Audley, as well, part of the Prairie Partners Club. He also is interested in small engines, works in that part of the club. His lamb's name is Max. He's had a great time learning in the 4-H club and how to show, and this is our class number 1, Prairie Partners Market Lamb.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this show for having me back. It's nice to know that I did a good enough job yesterday. We start off with this very exciting class of juniors. Could we give these lovely juniors a round of applause? So we start off with the most finished lamb in the class. He's big and bullet in through his chest and in through his loin. I really appreciate the look of this lamb on the move and on the stand. He carries his finish very well. We follow up with this lamb that I really appreciate for his spring rib. He's a very attractive lamb up and maiden in through his front. I just wish he maybe had a touch more finish to compete with the lamb above him. We follow up with our lightest lamb in the class. He maybe just needs a little bit more time to get a proper amount of cover on him. He's a very attractive lamb. I really like the length of his loin, and all three of these young members have done an excellent job. So for those reasons, this is my class.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And coming out of that class is our Prairie Partners champion market lamb is Daniel Audley, and our reserve champion Sarah Audley. Congratulations, and all three of these competitors will be moving to class 9 and 10 for our showmanship coming up here shortly. Well, it looks like Griffin has the gate open. We're going to go right into class number 2 with our West Carstairs Market Lamb, junior and senior. And kicking it off is bib number 101, our junior member, McKenna Barnett. Their Suffolk Cross weighing in at 58.8 initially. 102, our junior member, Ben Lott. 103, Callahan Nickel. Competitor 300, a senior member, Brennan Ostermeyer with his Charlet Rambouillet cross. And 301, another senior member, Hunter Irwin. Second last is 302, Nora Gottenboss. And rounding out this class is 303, Rowan Gottenboss. Our showmanship judge here today was with us yesterday as well, Stacy Price. And Stacy and her husband started raising sheep in 1994 when their oldest daughter was going into 4-H. They continued raising sheep and in the business for 30 years until their retirement just a few short years ago. Stacy's been involved with 4-H since 1995, serving as a club leader, district, regional, and provincial president. 4-H has been a huge part of their lives, and she's always loved giving back to the community. She wishes everyone all the best today, and congrats on all the hard work they put into their projects. Thank you for bringing your expertise to the ring, Stacy. We're very grateful to have you here today. And our confirmation judge, Courtney Taylor. And Courtney's from a cow-calf operation by Warner, Alberta. Her and her family raise commercial black Angus cattle. She has a flock of Texel Cross ewes and her own herd of purebred Angus cattle that keeps her busy. She started 4-H, and throughout her career she showed sheep, beef, and dairy cattle. She's judged sheep shows and all throughout Alberta and is glad to be here today. She's excited and would like to congratulate all the exhibitors for their hard work. So thank you, Courtney, for bringing your level of knowledge to the club here today. We're sure grateful. Again, this is class number 2, our West Carstairs Market Lamb, junior and senior. Out of this class, we will be moving 2 juniors on to showmanship and 2 seniors on to showmanship. As well, we will have our confirmation reserve and grand champion, which will go to class number 4.
I get a huge round of applause for the exhibitors in the ring? We start off with, in my opinion, the best finished lamb in the class. When you get your hands on him, he's a really good firm feeling lamb with lots of bold expressions in through his loin and in through his rump. I really like the leg on this lamb, and I do appreciate him on the stand. We follow up with probably the showiest lamb in the ring, but I wish he had about 5 less pounds on him. He's a little bit soft when he's getting handled, but boy is he beautiful on the stand, and I loved watching him come in. He's very well groomed and a very, very bold, expressive lamb. I really like the musculature and how this lamb's chest connects into his shoulders. He's really, really smooth made in through there, but 5 extra pounds is a lot on a lamb, and he carries it well, but unfortunately when you start touching him, he's a little bit softer. Following in through these 3 lambs, I really, really appreciate the type and kind of all these lambs. Maybe just not quite as well finished as the lambs above them. That's kind of where this whole class slopes off in terms of finishing the lamb. I really like the spring and rib on this lamb and how he carries out through his rump and into his dock. And then this lamb here, I really appreciate how he is so bold in through his ribs. Very attractive lamb on the stand and on the move, and this young gentleman's doing such a good job showing him. We're followed by this young lady's lamb, an excellent, beautiful moving lamb, gorgeous straight top line on him. I just wish he had another, I don't know, say 10 pounds on him. Followed in through these bottom 2 lambs, beautiful lambs in and of themselves, just very big, very growthy lambs that needed a little bit more finish in order to fill out those big frames. When you get into these big breeds, unfortunately, sometimes you do need a little bit more weight on them in order for them to feel firm and feel finished. So for those reasons, this is my class today.
Well, good morning. I hope everyone had a good night, and you all look like you're ready to go this morning, so I appreciate that. You guys, again, I saw so many of you yesterday. You kind of know what I'm looking for. I want you showing off that animal, making them look bigger. Woo. And just making them look the best they can, adjusting them when they've moved, doing a quick look around, always keeping them between you and the judge. So well done to everyone. The juniors, moving on, are 101 and 102, seniors 301 and 302. So congratulations.
Well, thank you very much to our judges. Again, coming out of this class, in the class number 4, will be 301 Hunter Irwin and 300 Brennan Ostermeyer. Congratulations to you. Moving on to class number 4. And again, in our junior showmanship, that'll be McKenna Barnett and Ben Lott. And in our senior showmanship, Hunter Irwin and Nora Gottenboss. You bet. That is class number 2, our West Carstairs Market Lamb juniors and seniors. Well, as we clear the ring, we're going to open it up, and we are going to go right into class number 3, West Carstairs Market Lamb, our intermediate members. Entering the ring first is going to be bib number 200, Brantley Hughes. Following Brantley is going to be 201, Chloe Charlton. And following Chloe is Rory Herman, bid number 202. 203, right behind Rory, is Sierra Verbonic. Following her is William Harder. And 205, Claire Lott. And rounding out this class is 206, Evelyn Lang. There will be a few people here throughout the day that we need to recognize, and we will do our best to do that. But a big thank you to the Carstairs and District 4-H Show and Sale Committee, our sales manager, Alex Baker, our chairman as well, Alex Baker, our vice chairman, Kenny Schmidt, and our secretary, Becky Page, and Crystal Ostermeyer, and Amber Barbonic, our treasurer. That makes up your Carstairs and District 4-H Show and Sale Committee. A big thank you to them. We know that these clubs don't go without a lot of volunteer service and hours put in, so we need to recognize all the amount of time and effort put into these young kids. What a great group of lambs we have here. This is class number 3, our West Carstairs Market Lamb class, our intermediate age division.
Can I get a huge round of applause for the exhibitors in the ring, please? From top to bottom, this is an absolutely fantastic class. You guys made this one hard. We start off with this very eye-catching Suffolk lamb. He's big, he's bold, he's big in through his middle, and when you put your hands on him, he really carries through and talks the talk that he walks. He's a very nice, firm-feeling lamb that I very much appreciate the finish on. Very long and bold in the loin, and it carries that throughout his whole body, so that's why he's at the top. We follow through with this lamb in second, just maybe not quite as powerful as the lamb in first, but he's also about 20 pounds lighter with a beautiful finish on him. So that just goes into the type of lamb that he is. Structure-wise, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Just a little bit harder to compete with the bigger lamb above him. We follow through with this gorgeous fronted lamb. Maybe a little bit flatter made than the lambs in front of him. Definitely not lacking in quality, just got a little bit overpowered. We come through with this very, very showy, very eye-appealing lamb. He's got a beautiful head and a beautiful tie-in through his neck and his shoulders, just maybe not quite as finished as the lambs above him. This lamb here, this Suffolk lamb, very, very eye-appealing, very eye-catching type of lamb. Just when you get your hands on him, he's maybe a touch flatter made than the lambs above him. Still excellent loin on him and will make an excellent finished lamb. These two lambs at the bottom are excellent lambs to be at the bottom of the class. That's just kind of where they felt on finish today. Definitely not lacking in quality or in type and kind in any shape and way. I really appreciate both of these lambs for how they tie in to each part of their body. They're very smooth made, very attractive lambs. Just again, maybe lacking finish and lacking a little bit of power compared to the lambs in the front of the class. That's why they land where they are today.
All right. Again, not only were your lambs hard to judge, you guys were hard to judge. Well done. I appreciate when someone is having trouble with their lamb, they don't give up and they keep persevering, so well done. You kept moving that lamb, and sometimes that's what they need. They're a little nervous. Again, crouching down, I appreciate that. Having control of that lamb, all of those things are so important when you're doing your showmanship. Moving on in intermediate showmanship are number 201 and 203.
Well, congratulations to moving on to showmanship, and we are going to ask our top two route coming into class number 4, Sierra Verbonic and Brantley Hughes, if you could stay in the ring, as we are going to go to class number 4, which is our West Carstairs Champion Market Lamb Confirmation class. Again, moving out of this class will be 203 Sierra Verbonic and 200 Brantley Hughes. Well, we are going to get right into class number 4, and again, this is our West Carstairs Champion Market Lamb Confirmation. And coming out of class number 2 is 301 Hunter Irwin, and following him, class number 2, 300 Brendan Ostermeyer. And then, as we just seen, coming out of this class, advancing from class number 3 was bib number 203 Sierra Verbonic, and bib number 200, Brantley Hughes. Again, this is class number 4, West Carstairs Champion Market Lamb.
Can I get a huge round of applause for the exhibitors in the ring, please? This is a fantastic showing of lambs. We lead off with this big, bold Suffolk lamb. I really appreciate him and Type and Kind. When he walks into the ring, he just owns it. And he knows it. I really appreciate just how boldly made this lamb is. He's very eye-appealing, very eye-catching. And when you put your hands on him, he's firm enough feeling for today. We follow with this lamb. I just love the finish on this lamb. She's about perfect as you could possibly make them. I like how bold she is in through her loin and in through her hip. And I just really appreciate the makeup of this lamb. This is going to be a very nice cutting lamb. about over half of the value of a lamb comes from the leg, rump, and the loin. And so if you see me focusing on that, that's why. And this lamb really excels in those areas. We follow in with this lamb, maybe just a touch shorter in the loin than the two lambs above them, but certainly not lacking in quality in any way. I very much appreciate this lamb, and I feel like as a set, they're an excellent example of what the breed can be when finished properly. We follow in with this lamb, a little bit of a different type of lamb, a little bit of a different kind, very big, very bold, but just a touch too soft to handle today to compete with these lambs above him. I wish he was just a touch lighter, but I sure do like the makeup and the kind and the type and the boldness of this lamb. So for these reasons, this is my class today.
Well, thank you, Courtney. So there it is, class number 4, our West Carstairs champion market lamb, Sierra Verbonic, and our reserve champion market lamb, Hunter Irwin. Congratulations to all of our competitors here. A good set of lambs. You bet. And that's going to move us on into class number 5, where it looks like we have the Cremona club ready to go. This is going to be our junior age division in the Cremona Market Lambs. We have 9 competitors in this class here, so a great big class. We're going to welcome into the arena bib number 120, our junior member, Autumn Baker. Second into the arena will be 121, Addison DeCarrier. 122, Wesley Birchall. And 123, Aaliyah Farquharson. She graced us with that beautiful rendition of Old Canada. What a great voice she has. 124, Blake Kelly. Bib number 125, Cooper Kelly. 126, Hadley Seelhoff. And 127, Tenley Seelhoff. And rounding out this class will be 128, Trip Seelhoff. Autumn Baker is showing a Hampshire cross, and the rest of these are all Suffolk cross lambs. Our Cremona Club makes up of quite a few parents and volunteers, but our directors are Dave Oldale, Bryce Quigley, and Anita Kettle, Pauline Buist. Those are our Cremona and District 4-H Club directors. Thank you for your contributions to the club.
Can I get a huge round of applause for the exhibitors in the ring, please? It takes a lot of effort to get an animal into this ring, especially when you're newer at it. There's some old pros in here, but not all of them are. And we start off with some of these lambs. Some of them are a little lighter, some of them are a little younger. I wish that some of them would have had more time. But we start off with a lamb that I think is adequately finished. He's showy enough on the stand, bold enough in his expression, and for me, he comes to the top on finish. When you start to handle him, he's got a very nice, expressive long loin and enough finish for today. We come up with this lamb in second. A beautiful, beautiful rump on this lamb. When you get your hands around his legs, you really got to appreciate just how expressive he is and his musculature. He's very, very attractive, very trim. Just maybe not quite as long in the loin as the lamb above him, and that's why he is where he is. Coming up with this lamb in third, again, adequately finished. I would have loved to see just a few more pounds on some of these lambs as we get to the other end. A very attractive made lamb, a little bit flatter than the ones above him, but still adequate in his loin and in his type and his makeup. He's very smooth in through his shoulders, and I appreciate him on the move. Followed in by this lamb that this young man is showing fantastically. He's doing such a good job. This lamb's very comfortable with him, and we love to see it. This lamb I wish was just a touch more finished, but again, a very attractive lamb. We have very similar type and kind in breeds in this class, and so you're going to hear me repeat myself a little bit, unfortunately. But I do wish that he had a touch more finish on him for the stage in that game, but a lovely lamb that this young man's doing a great job with. We follow up with this lamb that's maybe a touch bigger in frame size, and so that explains why he's maybe a touch behind where I'd love to see him for today. But again, a very expressive lamb. I like how he ties in through his shoulders and through his front. He's attractive enough made and showy, but just we're nitpicking on finish now. This lamb just needed a little bit more time, a little bit lighter in his frame and a little bit lighter in his hip. I do appreciate his makeup and his kind over his top line, just wish that he had a little more time. We follow in with these three lambs. These three lambs could have gone any which way. This is where they land today, and this is where they land because of their finish. They're just a touch behind some of these lambs. They're a touch of a different frame of lamb. Maybe they just needed a little bit more time. Maybe they needed a little bit more grain. But I do appreciate all of these lambs and their makeup. All of them are very attractive fronted, and they're good enough through their loin and through their back end. I just wish that they had a little bit more weight on them. So for those reasons, this is my class today.
Well, you guys made my work hard too, again, this class. You guys are all doing very well. I would like to suggest to those of you using a halter that you bunch it up in your hand, maybe put an elastic around it so it's not dragging, so it's not taking away from you. Again, I appreciate that you guys are down crouching, no knees in the shavings, and when the judge comes, you get up and face the judge and answer any questions. So I appreciate that. And my junior showmanships that are moving on are number 123 and 127.
Wow, what a big class of lambs, and the judges had their work cut out for them. But advancing on from to confirmation is going to be 123, Aaliyah Farquharson, and 126, Hadley Seelhoff. And our showmanship advancing on is Aaliyah Farquharson as well, and Tenley Seelhoff. So congratulations to all of our competitors here today. Make sure when you leave this arena, hold your head proud. You put a lot of work in, so good job to all you competitors. What a big class of juniors in the Cremona Market Lambs. We're going to move right on into class number 6. Again, we're going to stick with the Cremona Club here. This is going to be our intermediate and senior division. Well, entering the arena is 220, bib number Lorelei Baker. 221, Simon Keidel. 222, Haley Oldale. And 224, Amelia Farquharson. Back number 320, a senior, Aiden Baker. 321, Charlotte Keidel. 322, Dylan Oldale. And rounding out this intermediate and senior class is 323 Shelby Oldale. Again, this is class number 6, our Cremona Market Lamb intermediate and senior age division. We will have 2 intermediates moving on to class number 10, showmanship, 2 seniors moving on to class number 11, senior showmanship, as well as our Cremona champion market lamb and reserve champion lamb. Coming out of this class, they will advance into the next class, which will be our championship class. Near the back of your program, if you're following it, our 2026 Carstairs and District 4-H show sale and sponsors. What a great list of businesses and people here they have put together, and a big thank you for their contribution as well. This club wouldn't go out with their financial contributions. And coming in, we're going to recognize some of these sponsors throughout the day, but our prime rib sponsors, thank you to Champion Ford, Disbury Chiropractic and Massage, Lone Pine Ag Society, Loyal Energy Operating Limited, Mountain View County, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Recon Metal, The Farm Table, Westview Co-op, Rangen Group, the Town of Carstairs, Sundry Forest Products, Jewel Farms Limited, Camela Farms and Hatchery, Sheehan Trucking, Legacy Fibers, the Carstairs and District Ag Society, Masson Catworks, Redline Livestock, Rose Hill Auction Services, and DLMS. Those are our prime rib sponsors. Again, this being live streamed, DLMS here, part of the club here. So if you're not here, you can watch it online. Those are our prime rib sponsors. A big thank you for your contribution to the club.
Can I get a huge round of applause for the exhibitors of the show ring, please? We lead off with a very eye-catching lamb. He's definitely bigger than lots of the other ones, and that lends into a bigger loin, a bigger rump. I appreciate this lamb and his type and his kind. He's very bold in through his front and deep enough in through his twist for me today. He does have a little bit of a mark on his neck, but that was apparently caused by trauma, so I gotta give him a pass because he's not gonna be breeding stock, he's gonna be freezer stock. We follow up with this lamb. I wish was just a touch more evenly finished. I would call it finished, but I would like it to be a little more firmer handling throughout and a little more consistent. I very much appreciate the loin and the leg on this lamb. He's square in through his dock and in through his tail, and I appreciate the type and kind. We follow in through with a very, very showy lamb, a very attractive headset on this lamb. He's definitely eye-catching. I just wish when you got your hands on him that he was a touch firmer feeling. We're gonna follow through with this lamb here, a very bold-fronted, pretty-headed lamb that's very eye-catching, and I liked watching this young lady lead him around the ring. I just wish that when you got your hands on him, he was a little bit more finished. Unfortunately, today he could use another 5 pounds or so, but that's where he stands, and that's why, because he's a very, very pretty, very eye-appealing lamb. We follow in with probably the longest lamb in the class. I very much appreciate the type and kind of this lamb. Very, very attractive, in through his shoulder, in through his type. Spring and rib is gorgeous. I just wish that he had a little bit more weight on him, a little bit more coverage. When you start getting your hands on him, he maybe doesn't have the coverage that I'd like to see over his shoulders and in through the back. A very big-bodied lamb, and so it's hard to get them finished breed-wise. We follow through with these 2 lambs. They kind of tie in with this lamb here. Just a little bit of a bigger breed, a little bit more time is maybe needed. They aren't quite full in through the rump like I'd like to see them just quite yet. I think they'll get there. And then this lamb on the end, just a little bit of a lighter lamb. I wish I could see a little bit more coverage on it. Definitely a very attractive lamb, very attractive spring rib, nice lamb over the top line. Just when you get to start feeling it's maybe not quite the coverage of the lambs into the top end. So for those reasons, this is my class.
All right, well done, you guys. And I just want to say, well done, boys. You boys did a really good job that are in here, young men. And out of the 4 people advancing, 3 of them are you guys. So I've got bib number 221, 224, 322, and 320. Moving on. You guys all did a really good job. You were following the judge, staying up off the shavings, which I appreciate, and making your lambs look great, which is the key to the whole thing. Thank you.
Well, again, that was class number 6, our Cremona Market Lamb Intermediate and Senior. And moving on out of there for confirmation will be 321 Dylan Oldale and 221 Simon Keidel. We're going to ask you to stay in the arena for class number 7. Again, moving on, intermediate showmanship will be Simon Keidel and Amelia Farquharson. And our senior showmanship moving into class number 11 will be Dylan Oldale and Aiden Baker. Congratulations to that class. We're going to open up the gates. We're going to go with class number 7. This is our Cremona Champion Market Lamb confirmation class. So coming out of class number 5 was bib number 123, Aaliyah Farquharson, and bib number 126, Hadley Seelhoff. And then coming out of this class, we just seen 321 Dylan Oldale and 221 Simon Keidel. This is our Cremona Champion Market Lamb class number 7. Well, I stand corrected on that. That is Charlotte Keidel, 321. That we are watching in the arena now.
Can I get a huge round of applause for the exhibitors in the ring, please? These kids are all doing an excellent job with their lambs and bringing them and feeding them and showing them. We're going to lead off with this bigger lamb, just a little bit bolder made in his chest and in through his loin. He just carries his weight a little bit better than some of these lighter lambs. He has maybe just a touch too much finish if we're going to get really nitpicky, but I would prefer a slightly over-finished lamb than an under-finished one, and that's why he's here. We follow in with this slightly smaller lamb, but with an adequate amount of finish. I really appreciate how square this lamb is in his makeup, in his type, in through his shoulders, over his top line, and through his stock. We're going to follow up with this lovely long lamb. I really appreciate the loin on this lamb. Just maybe wish that he was mirroring the finish in some of these lambs above him, but it's harder to get some of these bigger frame lambs there. We're going to finish this class with an excellent lamb that I like very much. Again, a very long, very attractive lamb, and very comfortable with his handler. He's sitting here chewing his cud, and I love to see that. Just maybe lacking a touch of finish compared to some of the lambs above him. Needs a little bit more time that some of these seniors have. So, for that reason, this is my class. Congratulations.
Well, there you have it. Class number 7, Cremona Champion Market Lamb, 321, Charlotte Keidel. And our reserve champion through 221, Simon Keidel. That is class number 7, your Cremona Champion Market Lamb. Well, that's going to bring us into class number 8. This is the Cremona Pen of 3 Market Lambs. We are going to be choosing our 3 best lambs. This is our Pen of 3 Market Lambs, class number 8. We're going to welcome into the arena BIP. Again, a big thank you to our show marshal, Heather Gottenboss. Been a key player in the Cremona 4-H club here for quite a few years. So thank you to her for keeping everything in line. She's getting ready for class number 8, our Cremona Pen of 3 Market Lambs. Entering the arena will be BIP number 222, Haley Oldale. Th- 222, Haley Oldale with her 3 lambs. Now competitor 321, our senior members, Charlotte Keidel. This is the Pen of 3. And then rounding out this class will be competitor 322, Dylan Oldale.
Can I get a huge round of congratulations to the exhibitors in the ring? It takes quite a bit of work to wrangle this many lambs and this many handlers, and so it's definitely an achievement. In this class, we're looking not only for finish and quality and type and kind, but we're also looking for how even they are and how consistent they are across your flock. So we're going to lead off with this flock here, 322. And this flock, to my mind, is the most consistent. They're consistent in type, kind, and quality and size, and that's where these really come into play in a pen of 3 versus just in a class, is you can pick on the type and kind as much as you want, but when you start comparing them neck to neck to neck and comparing them as a group, the consistency is where it's key. So all of these ewes are very similar in their loin expression and in their rump expression. They're all squared enough through the dock, and I very much appreciate just how even they are. They're peas in a pod. We're going to follow up with this young lady on the end. These ewes I very, very much appreciate in their type and kind. They're all bowled in through the chest, deep enough in through the twist. I appreciate all of their spring ribs. However, one's just a touch bigger than the other two, and it makes them look a little bit lopsided as a pen. We're going to follow up with something a little bit different. I didn't think that I'd see any hair sheep here today. I love to see them. They're just maybe a touch slighter, a touch more slender built, flatter made than the extremely large Suffolks that outweigh them to either side. But as a set, they are a gorgeous set of lambs. I very much appreciate them for how similar they are in type and kind and in finish. But for those reasons, this is my class today.
Well, thank you, Courtney, and there you have it. That is your Cremona pen of 3 market lambs. Our Cremona champion, pen of 3, Dylan Oldale. Congratulations. And our reserve, 222, Haley Oldale. Well, the Oldale Ranch doing a great job. You bet. And well, that finishes off our Cremona pen of 3. We are going to get ready and set up for class number 9 as we clear the arena here. This is going to be our inter-club market lamb showmanship in our junior age division. Well, it looks like we're going to get ready. This, again, is class number 9, our inter-club market lamb showmanship. And advancing from class number 1 was back number 140, Sarah Audley. And bib number 141, Kyber Hannah. Advancing from class number 2, which is our West Carstairs juniors, it was 101, McKenna Barnett, and 102, Ben Lott. And coming out of our Cremona Junior Showmanship, which was class number 5, Aaliyah Farquharson, and back number 127, Tenley Seelhoff. This is your Interclub Market Lamb Junior Showmanship.
Sorry guys, I'll just be 1 minute. I guess I need to place you 1 to 6, so hang. All right. Well done, you guys. I know how hard it is when you guys are little and you're crouched down and a lamb moves forward on you. So I appreciate all your hard work in that. Got it? The other thing, remember as a junior, you are not docked for using a halter. So if you got a lamb making life difficult for you today, no shame in putting a halter on. The other thing, again, is making sure you're bunching up your halter in your hand so it's not dragging, so nobody's tripping over it. And staying out of the shavings. I know it's hard if the lamb moves on you and you kind of go into the shavings, but when you're showing your lamb, squatting. I know. But think of how good your quads will be. And all of us mothers know how difficult this is. Trust me. So it was a tough decision, but my grand champion market lamb showmanship is McKenna, number 101, and reserve champion number 127, Tenley. Congratulations, you guys. You did a really good job.
Well, there you have it. That's class number 9, our Interclub Market Lamb Junior Showmanship. And our Grand Champion Showmanship 101, McKenna Barnett. And our Reserve 127, Tenley Seelhoff. Congratulations to them young showmen, you bet. We are going to ask McKenna and Tenley to stay in the arena. It looks like we have some beautiful prizes here. Again, a big thank you to our ringman Griffin Keidel for being here today. Show Marshal Heather Gottenboss. And our photographer capturing these moments, that's Teal Hallaby. Thank you for being here, Teal. All right, well, that was McKenna. Good job, McKenna. And this is Tenley Seelhoff, a reserve junior showmanship champion. Well, what a great way to kick off your first year, Tenley. Being reserved showmanship champion. Well, we're going to move right into class number 10. This is our Interclub Market Lamb Intermediate Showmanship. So advancing from class number 1 out of our Prairie Partners Club, it is Danielle Audley, back number 240. Daniel Audley. And our top 2 out of the West Carstairs Intermediate Showmanship out of class number 3, bib number 203, Sierra Verbonic, and 201, Chloe Charlton. And rounding out this class from Cremona, moving on out of class number 6 was 221, Simon Keidel, and 224, Amelia Farquharson. This is class number 10, your Interclub Market Lamb Intermediate Showmanship.
All right. Well done, you guys. These showmanship classes are hard because you guys are all doing a really good job. And I appreciate how hard you're working. One thing, when you're switching animals, I appreciate that you take the time to make sure that that animal is set up again, not just grabbing it, crouching down and waiting. Like you're taking that time to set that animal up, which is exactly what you need to be doing. You're staying out of the shavings. Again, I appreciate it. And I know we got one guy in here who's a little bit younger, I think, than the rest of the intermediates, but you've done a very good job as well, and very good job of controlling your animal. So I would like to congratulate, which was really hard to decide, my intermediate grand champion market lamb showmanship. Champion is 221, reserve 201. So that is Simon and Chloe. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Stacy. That is our class number 10, our Interclub Market Lamb Intermediate Showmanship. Congratulations to all the competitors, but our grand champion, 221, Simon Keidel, and 201, our reserve Market Lamb Showmanship champion, Chloe Charlton. Well, congratulations, Simon. A beautiful buckle there. Good job to you. And 201, Chloe Charlton, this is your reserve champion showmanship in the intermediate age division. Well, we're going to move right on into class number 11. This is our senior showmanship in the Interclub Market Lamb division. Coming out of class number 2 in our West Carstairs club, it was bib number 301, Hunter Irwin, and following him was Nora Gottenboss. Our 2 seniors coming out of the Cremona class number 6 was Dylan Oldale and Aiden Baker. This is your senior showmanship interclub. Well, as we've said before, the Carstairs 4-H show and sale is always grateful for their sponsors, and we're going to continue to recognize them throughout the day. Coming in as our ribeye sponsors, McKee Homes, Rocky Mountain Equipment out of Old, Sheer Force Equipment, outside the auction, Banya Enterprises, thank you Kenny and Isla for your contribution, Neogen Canada, Westland Insurance, Dara Solanders with Remax ACA Realty, and Future Ag. Those are your ribeye sponsors. Big thank you to them. Again, clubs like this can't go on without our financial contributions from our local businesses, as well as all the countless hours the parent volunteers put in to doing one of these show and sales. Our Tenderloin sponsors, City and Country South Downs, Bank of Montreal, the Bennett family, Didsbury Ag Society, the Cremona Ag Society, Cowlick Minerals, Country Junction, Lauren Red Angus, Westway Farms, the Innisfail Auction Mart, ATB Carstairs, Independent Grocers, Al Crawford, UFA Olds, and Dolores Hare, and Didsbury Home Hardware. Those are our Tenderloin sponsors. Again, we're going to take some time throughout the day to recognize them because their contributions are a big part of being able to put this 4-H show and sale on. But right now, we are in class number 11, our senior interclub showmanship championship drive.
Okay, you guys really made this hard. Yeah, and she didn't want a Proken Proj anymore, so I guess I better decide. You're all very good at what you're doing, and I appreciate that, and it makes it harder, of course, but well done. Nora, you are a natural showman, so congratulations, you are our grand champion. And Hunter, Dylan, Aiden, you guys are all really good too. Like, trust me, it's really hard to pick the top two. But Hunter, you are reserve champion, so congratulations.
Well, thank you, Stacy, and there you have it. That is class number 11, your interclub senior showmanship. Big congratulations to all the competitors. Make sure you leave the arena with your head held high and be proud of all the work you put in. But that is Nora Gottenboss. That is your senior grand champion, Market Lamb showman. And reserve champion, Hunter Irwin. Well, kids, I did just get the official word from our president here, Alex, that there's a bit of food and snacks at the back by the scale, so make sure that you get your bellies full here as we got a big day ahead of us. Well, we have one final class here in our Lamb show. This is class number 12. As we clear the arena, we'll get ready for it. And it is the Pen of 5 Market Lambs. We are going to have the West Carstairs Pen of 5 and the Cremona Pen of 5. Again, a big thank you to Stacy Price and Courtney Taylor for being here today. Courtney doing our confirmation and Stacy taking care of the showmanship. We're sure grateful to have your level of expertise here today. So thank you for your contribution to the club. Again, we're going to open up the ring to class number 12, our Pen of 5 Market Lambs. Well, this is our final class today in our Lamb show. The Pen of 5 Market Lambs. Coming into the arena is our West Carstairs Pen of 5. And following them is going to be our Cremona Pen of 5.
Can I get a huge round of applause for all the exhibitors in the ring? This has been a fantastic weekend, I guess, a showing sheep, and everybody absolutely deserves a round of applause from everybody working in the back, all of our organizers, my ringman, and my fellow showmanship judge. We're going to lead off with this pen of lambs here. I really, really appreciate them. Similar in type and kind and similar enough in finish. There's always going to be a little bit of variation in weight and a little bit of variation when you start getting in bigger groups like this. But I really appreciate all of these lambs. I think are cut out of the same cloth. Maybe not the same pattern, but they're all there and they're similar enough in finish and type. And I really appreciate all of these lambs for what they bring to the table. We're going to follow this up with this pen here. A very, very eye-appealing long pen. When they're strung out, man, do they look fancy. I gotta give credit where credit is due, but just maybe not as nice to handle as some of these lambs over here for market purposes. I think there's a couple ewe lambs slipped in there. But overall, a very, very lovely set of lambs, and I really gotta give credit to all the exhibitors that have shown this weekend and all the exhibitors in the ring, so get a huge round of applause.
Well, thank you, Courtney, and that is Carstairs as our winner of the Pen of 5 Market Lambs. And that does round out our lamb show, so thank you for being here with us. Congratulations to all the competitors. A big thank you to Griffin Keitel, our ringman, Courtney Taylor, and Stacy Price doing our judging today. We're very grateful for your contributions to the club. We are going to take about a short 10-minute intermission while we transition from the lamb show into the steer show. So we have a few minutes here, and we'll be back at you with class number 13, our Prairie Partners Market Steer Junior class. Well, we're just a few minutes away from getting kicked off with our steer show. We'll welcome everybody back to their seats, and we're going to get our kids lined up. We are going to be kicking it off with class number 13, our Prairie Partners Junior Market Steer class. Well, a big thank you to Banyan Enterprises S3 Outfitters. They provided the snacks for the kids today. They are at the back by the weigh scale, so make sure that your belly's full. As well, we just did get turned in a little pocket knife here, so if one of you kids are missing a little pocket knife, you can come on up and claim it. Or it might go in the silent auction, they're telling me. Which we do have a silent auction here off to the right, to the north end of the arena. 2 pots of flowers, so be sure to get your bids in. Those proceeds are going to go to the Carstairs 4-H show and sale, so thank you for supporting our silent auction. Well, it looks like we got the official nod from our show marshal, Heather Gottenboss. Thank you once again. Class number 13, our Prairie Partners Junior Market Steer. We will be pulling our top 2 juniors out of here to advance to class number 24 for showmanship. And as well, we will be pulling our top 2 to go to class 15 for confirmation. So we do have 5 steers in this class. Bib number 141, our first competitor is going to be Kyber Hannah with her Red Angus steer. His Red Angus steer, it is 2026. You know what? We can say whatever we want. We are not going to identify anybody. Well, again, this is Kyber Hannah and his Red Angus steer, bib number 141. 142, following Kyber, will be Rhett Ziegler with his Red Angus Gilby Semitol Cross. Well, and back number 143, Jace Ziegler with his Red Angus Gilby Semitol Cross. And entering the arena, 144, Morgan Page. The Hereford Angus Cross, and 145, Rory Fair with his Hereford Angus Charlet Cross. This is class number 13 of your Junior Prairie Partners Market Steers. As we get kicked off with this first class, we're going to say a big thank you and a welcome to the arena. Our confirmation and showmanship judges, Riley and Jill Mater. They operate Mater Ranches west of Carstairs. They run 300 head of Semitol mama cows, and they sell females annually at their fall sale in October, and they have a bull sale in February. Riley and Jill have positioned themselves to be one of the premier Semitol breeders in all of the nation, doing a great job at their program. Their focus is on maternal traits as well as calving ease with performance growth curve. They utilize AI and embryo transplant to increase the consistency and utilization of new genetics. Riley grew up here in the Carstairs 4-H club, and Jill in her local club. They know the importance of this program and developing the youth of the agriculture industry, so thank you for being here and imparting your wisdom on this club today. We're sure grateful to have Riley and Jill here. Again, in our ringmen back again, Mr. R.D., Ron Daly, and Sawyer Daly, thank you for being here. They as well run a ranch here just outside of Carstairs. So thank you for being here and helping out with the club. Again, these show and sales don't go on without all the volunteer contributions from the parents and the judges and everybody here to put this on. So big thank you to everyone that has contributed to today's show and sale. And we're getting kicked off with the junior division And this is the Prairie Partners Market Steer, class number 13. Our Prairie Partners Club here, they've got a few directors, Stacy Hanna, Travis and Becky Page, and Dallas Ziegler. They make up our directors in the Prairie Partners Club. A big thank you to them. Again, volunteers helping out. And we are watching class number 13, our Prairie Partners Market Steer Junior Age Division.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We were here yesterday, but just on behalf of Jill and I, we want to thank you guys very much to the organization for having us out here to judge again today. We had a lot of fun going through the females, and the quality was certainly excellent yesterday, so congrats to all the exhibitors. We look forward to today. We get analyzing these steers, and it's going to be a little different, I guess, if you're going to stick around all day. I mean, we start off with basically here today, what we're judging is by the club, and you're going to see them judged by weight later on today. So we're going to see a lot more variance, I think, when we get into each of these classes. We're going to see certainly different weight ranges of steers, and you can see it in this first class already, that we've got some steers right down to about 1,100 all the way up to the high 12s, but we'll sort through them as needed. This afternoon you'll see them put in a little more of their contemporary groups, I guess, if you want to call it, that they'll be judged a little more evenly of where they're at, but it's good. It's good diversity to have, I think, throughout the show. We'll start this class off with this red calf off the get-go. I think on a phenotypical standpoint, a calf that you really just like to analyze. He's very correct and sound in his makeup. He's a steer that certainly offers a lot of top, a lot of loin to him. He's got good cover coming over his ribs. I think the type of calf that really could probably stand another 100 pounds, but for what he is and his type and his design and his frame score, I think a calf that's very adequate in everything that he offers. He's got some muscling down deep through that stifle and lower twist. I think a calf that's going to go grade well, but very attractive to look at, and this young man's doing a great job with him. We get into the second place steer here, the solid black calf, a calf that you really like when you get your hands on him. I think he's really hard over that top. He's got good cover over his ribs. A calf that I think will go out and yield very well. When you look at him in terms of waist, he really doesn't have much of that. A calf that's probably going to yield quite high, I think, and just one that you really like to analyze and look at. He's got some shape and some top to him, and some width of base to him, and a calf that should do a great job for this young man. We get into our third place steer here, the Brockle calf. He is the lightest calf in this class, but again, when like I said, we're looking at a lot of diversity. The red calf behind him, certainly a bigger framed, heavier type of calf. But I think for what this black calf is, if you were to throw him in a weight type of division, I think for his frame score, he's pretty adequate in terms of body shape and condition. And a calf, like, he probably could use a little more time, a little more weight on him. But a calf that's very proportionate, very balanced, and should go on and hang well for this young lady. The big red calf, I think what I had to fault him today, I'd probably like to give this calf just a little more natural shape to him. He's a little flatter sided type of steer. He's certainly got some frame and some size to him, and will probably hang very well, because again, when you get your hands on him, he's certainly got some cover to him and some hardness to him. But a calf you'd like to just see a little more natural muscle shape in, and a little more rib shape, I think, to put him at the front end of this class. We're going to round out with the steer that tied to the fence over there. This young man's done a great job. The steers, these cattle can act up a little bit when they come to town, and congrats to this young guy for getting them in the ring. I know it's not an easy task. You did everything right, bud, so just keep going, and it'll be fun for you to sell them tonight and move on to the next project next year. So congrats to these exhibitors.
Well, thank you, Riley. That was our junior Prairie Partners Market steer, and coming out of that class is going to be 141 Kyber Hanna and 144 Morgan Page. As well, our junior showmanship, it will be Kyber and Morgan as well, moving to class number 24 for our showmanship. Well, we got the arena opened up. We're going to go to class number 14. Again, we're going to stick with the Prairie Partners Market Steers. This is the intermediate age division. 241, this is Joni Page in her Hereford Angus Cross. 242, bib number, this will be Grady Page with also a Hereford Angus Cross. And finishing out this class is 243, our intermediate member Ted Fair, his Charlet Angus Cross.
Well, I think we got a pretty tough split on these front two steers. I think you guys sitting in the stands, you're probably going, well, geez, the tan steer's the bigger frame, the heavier type of calf. But I guess when you get out here and you get your hands on these steers, it gives you a little different opinion. That's where I think the red calf takes the advantage. I think a calf for his frame and for what he is, he's got very good cover on him. He's stout through that top. He's got a lot of loin in him. Moderate frame type of calf. There's 100 pounds difference between these steers, but I mean, you got to look at breed characteristics and you got to look at a lot of different variables, I think, when analyzing these steers. And I think for what he is, there's a calf that's probably ready to go on the rail, and just a nicely put together steer. You get looking at the tan steer, like I said, from a standpoint view, there's a lot of things we like about this steer. He's a heavier muscle type of calf. He's pretty bold in his chest. He's got a lot of mass to him, but a calf that when you do get your hands on him, I think a steer that probably could take another 30-40 type of days on feed to really get him to his peak. But certainly a steer that offers a lot of great qualities. I mean, on a structure standpoint, he gets around the ring really good. He's a good bone type of steer, a calf that's got a lot of stoutness and a lot of shape to him. But yeah, that was the difference, I guess, in our minds on these top two steers, but two very good individuals. We get to the third place steer. Here's a steer that you certainly like from the profile, side profile a lot. He's sure deep ribbed. A calf that maybe just gives up, I think, in terms of that lower stifle muscle, that lower twist. I mean, that's one of our important cuts is on that back end, and a calf that gives up that muscle and that shape, I think, and compared to the two steers above him. You just start talking about yield a little bit more, and here's a calf that I think gets probably a little more wastier in that middle third. Certainly the first thing that they cut out of these calves when they do hit the rail, and a calf that might just be a little tighter in his yield, I think, in comparison to the two above them, but certainly a very useful steer. All three calves, certainly got some cover to them, and I commend the members for that, getting them to this point and getting them fed right.
Well, there you have it. That is class number 14, our intermediate age division in our Prairie Partners Market Steer class. Moving on out of that class is 241 Joni Page and 243 Ted Fair. Moving on out of showmanship will be back number 241 Joni Page and 242 Grady Page. You will be coming back to class number 25. But right now we're going to move right into class number 15, and this is going to be our champion and reserve champion and the confirmation of the Prairie Partners Champion Market Steer, class number 15. So moving on out of class 13 was 141 Kyber Hannah and 144 Morgan Page, and then we just seen Joni Page and Ted Fair advancing out of their last class here. Again, this is class number 15. This is the Prairie Partners 4-H Club Champion Market Steer. Bib number 141, Kyber Hannah leading the charge. Number 144, right behind him, Morgan Page. Then 241, Joni Page, and 243, Ted Fair.
Well, I've made comments, I think, on these individuals in their classes already and talked about the cattle a bit. I just want to commend the whole club, I guess. I mean, it shows good leadership when you get you get a group of steers come out from one club, and honestly, getting my hands on them, I was very impressed with the cover on these calves. I know it's certainly a challenge. You got steers at many different houses, and like I say, it's a leadership type of thing that shines to the top when you get consistency like this. So I commend the Prairie Partners Club on that, and we got a nice set of steers out in front of us. Jill will go find us a few champions to, I guess not see back in the final, but a few champions for the club here this morning.
Well, there you have it. That's your Prairie Partners champion market steer, Kyber Hannah. And our reserve champion, Joni Page. Well, congratulations to our Prairie Partners members here. What a great looking group of steers you have here. Again, that was Kyber Hannah. He was your grand champion market steer out of that club, and Joni Page with the reserve champion steer. That will finish out our Prairie Partners 4-H Club show. And we're going to move right into our West Carstairs market steer. We're going to start with an intermediate group 1, and then we have intermediate group 2. We'll roll into our intermediate final, and then we'll get into our senior division of the West Carstairs Steer Club. Well, it looks like we're ready for class number 16. We are going to welcome in our West Carstairs Club right now. This is intermediate group 1. Bib number 202, Rory Hurham with his Semitol Cross. Following him will be competitor 203, Sierra Verbonic with her Semitol Shorthorn Cross. 208, Peyton Walrath with her Charlet Black Angus Cross. And 209, Olivia Chanazik with her Hereford Charlet Cross. And rounding out this class will be 210, John Drost with his Angus. This is class number 16. This is group 1 of our intermediates, West Carstairs Steer Show. So we will be pulling the top 2 out of here for confirmation. They're going to head to class 18, which will be the intermediate final. Our showmanship out of here will be announced after the next, as we have 2 groups of intermediates. So we are going to be pulling our top 2 showmen out of here. And we will announce them after our class 17, which will be our next class.
Well, I apologize if we took a little longer on that class. Again, when you get into a class that's got so much diversity in it and strength, I mean, there's 5 very, very good steers out here. It took us a little more time. You're weighing out different variables for sure. The calf we're going to start the class off with, he's right in that mid-14 range. Really like the extra extension to this steer. I mean, he's a long spine type of calf. He carries himself very well around the ring. You get behind him, he's got a lot to offer over that top in that loin region. A calf that you get a hand on, he's got good cover to him, he's got adequate muscle definition to him. I think a steer that just, he shows real nice in the ring, and I think a calf that's going to hang real well in the end, and that's certainly what we're doing. We're judging market steers here today as they're going to slaughter right away, so I think there's a prime candidate for a calf that's going to go out and hang very well. We get into our second and our third place steers, and I think you really could have gone 2 different ways on this. Went with the solid red steer here, a calf that just offers a lot of substance, a lot of body, a lot of mass to him. A calf that probably doesn't quite have the muscle definition and shape that the 2 black steers have in this class, but a calf, again, when you get your hands on him, he's got good cover to him. He's a big top type of calf. You can tell he's pushing out on that front end. He's certainly at the finish point here, I think, and a calf that probably offers a little bit more waste in that middle third. We're going to see a little bit more of that come off when you hang a carcass up, but a calf that, like I said, he's just very balanced and very complete in his makeup, and he's hard to overlook. You get to the third place steer here, the big black steer. Here's the heavyweight calf of the class, and like I said, he's kind of a problem steer for us because I certainly like where his weight range is. I think what separated a little bit today is when you get your hands on these steers, here's a calf that probably could just keep going. I mean, he's got the frame and the stretch and the grow to him that we want to see. He probably could just use a little bit more time on feed to really get him to his full potential, I think. But a calf that you really admire for a lot of the attributes he carries. I mean, he's a clean-fronted, long spine type of calf that's got good muscling and a big pin spread to him. Just a lot of high-quality characteristics about this steer. We get into 2 steers we round the class off with. Again, I mean, we're judging different breeds of steers here. The tan steer that comes next in line, I like a lot of things about this steer. I mean, the silhouette from him, as you stand back and analyze him, you really do like him. I mean, he's got good cover. I think a calf that's going to hang well. Just both steers that probably give up that lower stifle, that muscle definition. When I talk about that back end being probably some of the best cuts we get out of these animals, we're looking for some steers that just shine a little bit more and just carry a little bit of that more of that muscle definition and lower twist to them. So nice class of steers, and I commend these kids on some good finished calves as well.
Well, thank you, Raleigh, for that commentation on this class number 16. It is going to be Rory Hiram, bib number 202, and Sierra Verbonic moving on to class number 18, which will be our intermediate final. Class number 17, again, group 2 out of our intermediates. And a big thank you to our show marshal, Heather Gottenboss, Ron and Sawyer Daly here running the ring, Southpaw Cattle Company. A big thank you for them contributing their time to the club today. We are going to get it kicked off here with class number 17, back number 211. This is Leanne Conrad with her Angus Simmental Cross. Following her will be 212, Natalie Conrad, again with another Angus Simmental Cross. And 213, Wesley Manya with his Simmental Cross. And rounding out this intermediate group, 214, Wiley Schmidt with his Simmental Angus Cross.
I think we've got a black steer at the top of this class that comes to the top quite handily, in our opinion. I mean, he's certainly in that right weight range. He's right in that mid 1,500 pounds. Probably one of the best steers we put our hands on here today in terms of finish, in my mind. A calf that he's got minimal waist to him. He's got some shape. He's got some top in him. But I think the biggest thing is just when you get a hand on this steer. I mean, he's hard. He's certainly ready to go to slaughter here today, and like I say, he's right in that right weight range. A calf that's got some characteristics, some shoring characteristics to him too. I mean, he's a good-looking steer. This young man's done a great job presenting him here today, and just a calf that comes off the top of the class quite handily for us. You get to the second place steer. Here's more of a compact type of steer. I mean, there's quite a weight range between these steers, but again, we're not putting them in weight classes here today, so we got to analyze them, I guess, for the best that they are and for the frame score that they are. And here's a calf that, for his frame score and his size, I think has got more than adequate finish to him. A calf that's really stout over that top. He's got a lot of mass to him. Yet he's got a show ring presence to him, and a calf that is very, very clean in his lines, very stylish up through that front end. He gets out, he travels, but I like a lot of things about this steer. And you look at the muscle that he carries down through that lower quarter, and just a lot of things you appreciate about him, but I think he just got overhorsed a bit by the steer that wins the class. Our two steers coming next in line here, the big black steer. Here's a calf that you got to like him from the side profile. He's deep through that rib. He's got some Springer rib to him. He's got some shape in behind. A calf that I probably got to analyze, though, and say there's probably more waist on this steer than what's desired in my mind. But a calf that, like I said, you do appreciate a lot of good things about him, and he's got good finish to him here today. I just feel when we get him to the butcher shop, they're gonna take a lot of that waist off this calf, and therefore the yield is not going to be as high as what we're looking for. So we round out the class with the red steer here. Here's a calf that, honestly, when you get your hands on this steer, he surprised me a bit more than to the eye in terms of finish that he's got on him. He's got good cover over his ribs, but a calf that certainly has more in him. I think more time on feed, and this calf would really come into himself. And I get these calves. I mean, they go on and off feed, especially when we get to this time of year. It's hard to really put the push on him at the very end, but a calf that, he's just behind these other steers in terms of finish and body condition here today, but a very nice class of steers.
Yeah, you bet it sure was, Riley. Well, moving on out of this class will be 214 Wiley Schmidt and 213 Wesley Manya. I'm going to ask you to stay in the ring as we open up the ring for class number 18. This is our intermediate final. And moving on to class 16 was 202 Rory Hiram and bib number 203 Sierra Verbonic. They were the top two out of their class number 16. And then moving on to class 17 was 214 Wiley Schmidt and 213 Wesley Manya. This is going to be our final four in the intermediate final of the West Carstairs Market Steer class number 18. The top two out of this class will be moving on to class number 20, which is going to be our West Carstairs Champion Market Steer. Our intermediate showmanship, we did have two intermediate classes, group 1 and 2. So our two showmanship moving on to class number 25 is going to be Rory Hiram and Peyton Walrath. Congratulations to you two. We're going to see you back in class number 25.
Well, again, we taught these steers in their individual classes, and again, I want to commend the West Carstairs Club. I guess it's only intermediates we're on, but every steer we've seen in here, I commend you guys as a club and you guys as individuals for getting these calves to the finish point like you needed to. There's some very well-fed steers. Lots of diversity, again, like I've commented in different classes. I mean, there's a place for every breed of cattle in this industry, and that's important to remember that just because your steer's not the biggest, you got to look at what's the fullest or greatest potential I can get this animal I chose to the finish point. And I think the 4 steers we have out here in the ring, knowing that there's 150 to 200 pounds difference between some of these steers, they're all at the point they need to be for what they are. And I commend you guys as kids and members of the club for getting them there. We got a couple of steers out here that I think are standouts in our minds. We'll pick a champion and reserve in this division, and I guess we'll see those 2 steers back in the West Carstairs champion. But congrats to these kids. Put your hands together.
Again, this is our intermediate final. Yes, sir, it is Wiley Schmidt. He is going to be moving on. That is your West Carstairs champion, Market Steer, and Rory Herman as the reserve champion. Both of you guys will be moving on to class number 20, but congratulations to all of you competitors. What a great-looking pen of steers. Well, looks like we're ready to go with class number 19, so we're going to stay with the West Carstairs Club here, but we're moving into our senior division. Bib number 304, Xander Ewert with his clubby mane. Back number 304, this will be our senior member Jace Huron with his Semitol cross. And 306, Shepard Ostermeyer with the Limousine Angus cross. And finishing out this class is going to be 307, Peyton Verbonic, their Angus Speckle Park cross. Again, we'll be pulling 2 out of here for senior showmanship, as well as 2 to move on to class number 20 for our West Carstairs Market Steer Championship.
Well, I think this class is another prime example of diversity that we're going to see in these classes because we're in club classes versus weight classes. You're going to see it different later on this afternoon, but kind of a toss-up between these two first steers on the top of this class. I mean, they both got attributes that you'd like to put in the other one and back and forth, but I think the calf we started off with, I think where he really shines to the top is he's a very eye-appealing type of calf. From a skeletal structure side of things, I mean, he's just put together very well, very balanced, very complete. A calf that you stand behind, and man, he is stout through that loin. I mean, the ribeye that's going to come off this calf is going to be very, very good. Where he lacks it compared to our second steer is probably in that hind third. That's what I really like about the second steer is how he carries that muscle definition down low. He's just got a lot of quarter, and that starts with a big pin spread and a good angle from his hook to his pins, and that's where he probably has the strength over the first place steer. But I think as a whole completeness, we really liked a lot of things about that first calf. Two steers I think that are really going to grade well. These kids have done a great job getting them finished, getting them to the point they need to be. This calf's got a lot of mass, a lot of stoutness to him, yet he still holds himself together very well to get around a show ring out here. I mean, we're looking for a combo steer that is the best of both worlds, and two steers I look forward to seeing back in our champion class. We get into our third steer here, the dark red steer. Here's kind of the round sound, close to the ground type of steer in the class. I mean, he's got a lot of stoutness, a lot of mass to this steer. You get your hand on him, I'd maybe like to see a little bit more cover over that middle third, but man, you have to appreciate the muscle in the top, and a lot of the heavy muscle attributes I guess we're looking for in this steer. Just gets a little more squatty, I guess, in terms of his makeup. He's a little shorter from hook to pin, a little shorter from pole to shoulder. Just like to lengthen him out a little bit compared to those two steers on top. Here's kind of a problem calf for us in the class. I mean, probably the most attractive, showy type of steer we're going to see. And again, I think a steer, when he comes back in a weight range, you're going to see that steer on the other end of the perspective. It's just tough when we're sorting through these steers. I mean, he is the lightest steer in the class. He probably does have the least cover here today, a calf that probably could withstand another 30, 40, 50 days on feed to get him to the max that he can take, but a calf that you really, really like the design in. I mean, he's showy, he's stylish, he's got the right parts to him. He's big in his hip, he's big over the top. Just a calf that I think just needs a little bit more time to catch up to the other steers above him for the market class that we're judging today.
Well, there you have it. That's class number 19, our West Carstairs senior members. Moving out of that class will be Peyton Verbonic and Shepard Ostermeyer. They're going to be moving right into this next class. And coming out of showmanship will be 307 Peyton Verbonic and 306 Shepard Ostermeyer. Well, we're going to go into class number 20 now. This is our West Carstairs Champion Market Steer Confirmation. We're going to get kicked off with our juniors. We got a couple junior members here. Number 104 is going to be Kate Manya, and number 105, Elias Conrad. Kate showing a Simmental cross, Elias showing an Angus Simmental cross. And we're going to bring in our intermediate, our top two coming out of them two classes will be back number 214, Wiley Schmidt, and 202, Rory Hiram. And then advancing out of our seniors, as we just seen, was 307, Peyton Verbonic, and 306, Shepard Ostermeyer. This is our West Carstairs Champion Market Steer Confirmation class. We will be advancing our junior members direct to showmanship, as we only have two of them, but we will be crowning our champion market steer and a reserve champion market steer. Well, Kate Monier, one of our junior members here, showing, unfortunately, her steer died 2 weeks ago, and she was planning on showing them, so she is showing her carcass steer. So if you are watching your program there on the write-ups on the kids, she does have a different steer than the one in the program. She is showing her carcass steer. She aptly named it Kenny after her neighbor. Well, she said he was a little stubborn at the start, but when they were halter braking, he kind of pulled back a little, but it turned out he was a little funny and a little gentle at the end of it. So, you know, rightfully named after her neighbor, Kenny Banya. He's a home-raised Semitol cross steer, and he's usually easy to handle, just like Kenny. So you know what? Unfortunately, that was not a way she wanted it to turn out, but it's going to turn out just right for her today. Perseverance, showing her carcass steer. That's Kate Manya. This is our West Carstairs Championship Drive for confirmation. Yeah, you bet. And Ron just mentioned that, and what a great job she's done to have 2 steers halter broke. Of course, a lot of these kids do have a carcass steer as a backup, because we have seen these things happen in just about every club, and then we do have to go to our carcass steer to show them. But you know what? It obviously shows, Kate, that you put the work in. You also halter broke your carcass steer, and good job to you. Be proud of that. A lot of the times a carcass steer gets thrown in the pan and no work done on it. So as we can see here, a lot of work went into it, Kate. Good job to you. Well, we did just get the word that lunch is served out there. A big thank you to Kamala Farms and Hatchery for donating the pizza today. So by all means, it's out in the lobby there. Go ahead and get your belly full. Thank you again to Kamala Farms.
We've got 2 junior members that we never got a chance to have back in a class, so I just want to touch base on them and give them a little recognition. we'll probably place them the same way they're standing. The black steer on the far side would win the class. I think a calf that you really appreciate a lot of things about him. A calf that's really big in that quarter. I mean, he's got a big pin spread to him. He's stout over that top. I think that's probably one of the best attributes about that steer is that hind third in him. But a steer that carries himself nicely. I mean, he's got an attractive front end to him. He's soft enough through the middle. Yet a steer that doesn't show a lot of waist here today. I think a type of steer that's going to go out and hang and yield very well for this young lady. I commend her for getting this steer to town. I know it's not an easy task to switch animals in such short notice. So great job, young lady, on getting that done. We got the big semi steer here on this side. I think a calf that certainly offers a lot of extension, I guess, throughout his whole body. I mean, a long made type of calf. He maybe gives up in terms of shape a little bit more than the first place steer. A little slabber sided type of steer. You'd like to see a little more rib shape, a little more muscle definition, but certainly a useful steer. That puts them into the championship class here with 4 steers that we did get a chance to talk about and evaluate. Very, very happy with the steers we have out in front of us. Certainly some of the top steers we've seen here, and it gets down to splitting hairs, I think, between these steers. Like I said, I really commend you guys on a group of steers that were finished and they're at the point that they're ready for slaughter. It's excuse me, like I said, certainly a challenge. I know when the weather warms up, these steers want to back off feed a bit, but you guys did a great job getting that feed into them early and getting them to where they needed to be for what they are. So I won't comment a whole bunch more on these steers, except for saying that we're just looking for some steers that fit into what the industry is demanding here today. I mean, I know on the rail at a lot of these big kill plants, I mean, we're killing cattle up to 1,700 pounds. So certainly the demand for carcass size is there. And we've got some steers out in this ring that we feel fit right into the envelope of what the industry is demanding here today. So congrats to the West Carstairs Club, and Jill, go find us a few champions.
Well, they are going to crown our West Carstairs Grand and Reserve Champion. This is class number 20. It'll finish out our West Carstairs confirmation, and we will roll into our Cremona Market steers. Well, there you have it. There's your grand champion. That's Peyton Verbonic. Congratulations to you. And our reserve, Mr. Wiley Schmidt. Good job. Excellent work, kids. What a great looking pen of steers. As we clear the arena, we'll get ready for class number 21. Kate Manya and Elias Conrad, they will be automatically moving on from junior showmanship. We'll see them a little bit later here in class number 24. Well, we have opened up the pen here. This is class number 21. This is our Cremona Market steers. We're going to get it kicked off with our intermediate age division. Our first competitor in here is 221, Simon Keidel with his Angus Simmental Cross. 224, Amelia Farquharson with her Black Angus. 226, Emily Brink with a Black Simmental. And rounding out this class will be bib number 227, Hudson Row Leader with his Simmental Cross. Again, we will be pulling 2 out of here for showmanship. We'll see them in class 25. And again, 2 out of here for our Cremona Champion Market steer.
Well, four very really good steers here again. Look at the diversity in a class like this. I mean, we've got a big weight range. We've got from 1,300 all the way up to 1,688, I think, is where we're at. So bear with me with what I'm doing here. I think the calf off the front of the class, on a cutability standpoint, is one of the best steers we've probably seen today. I mean, you look at a butt end like that, with so much muscle and power to him. He's so wide over the top, and there's very minimal waste in a steer like this. It was actually Rod McLeod, which I think you guys have had in here to judge this show before. A calf like that, I mean, he'd probably call just as prime as you could make him, because he's a guy that runs a slaughterhouse, like I said, knows that middle third of these cattle is the first thing to go. And I know it's kind of oxymoron or whatever you want to call it, because when we get into the female side of it, we're certainly looking for easy doing cattle. So I mean, there's a combo, I think, in what we're looking for. If we start all selecting this single traits, I mean, we're going to run into a hole as well. So we got to be looking a little broader perspective when we're analyzing these cattle. And I just think a steer right here that's going to go out and hang tremendous here next week when you guys get rid of these steers, and a calf that you're really gonna appreciate hanging on the rail. We get into our second place steer here. Here's a steer that was probably actually steered a little bit later. You can tell by the extra growth and the extra frame and size and length that he's got, but a calf that puts it together pretty nice as well. He maybe doesn't quite have the power and the stoutness that the leadoff steer has, but I think a calf that you analyze from the side profile, you really like the depth of rib. He's deep through that flank. He's deep through the heart girth. A calf that's got a nice look to him. He's a big, soggy calf, and he's 1,688 pounds. Certainly a calf that's got some finish to him. Probably not quite as ideal as our first place calf, but a steer that has done a great job and made a great project for this young man. We get into the third place steer, the roan colored calf. I think a calf that when you get your hands on, you really appreciate this steer. I mean, he's 1290, I want to call it here today. So maybe a little lighter than what our top steers are, but a calf that, like I say, you get your hands on him, you really appreciate the finish in this steer. You can tell. I mean, he's full through that brisket. He's starting to get a little waddly as he wants to move around. So I think, again, for the frame score that this guy is, this young man's done a great job getting him to the finish point. He's just a little bit lighter than what we were shooting for today. We'll round out the class with the more Angus type of steer, a steer that's certainly very eye-appealing, very stylish up through that front end. A calf that just gives up probably in that hind third in comparison to the three steers above him. I'd like to see a little more stifle, a little more muscle to this steer, just a little more punch and shape, I guess, through that middle third as well. But a calf that, you really appreciate the silhouette and the profile that he offers. I'd just like to see him just a little heavier, a little more time, a little more feed, and I think he would get him to the point that we need him at.
Yeah, you bet. Well, there you have it. That's finishing out class number 21. So moving on into our confirmation drive will be 226 Emily Brink and 221 Simon Keidel. And our intermediate showmanship that are going to be moving out of this class will be Amelia Farquharson and also Simon Keidel. Congratulations to you kids. Well, we're going to get ready here for class number 22. This is our senior division in the Cremona Market Steers. We have 5 steers coming into the arena here. Again, we're going to be pulling 2 senior showmanship out of here, as well as 2 market steers. Our next class will be our Cremona Champion Market Steer for confirmation. But right now, it will be bib number 321, Charlotte Keidel, entering the arena with their Angus Semitol Cross. 324, Jacqueline Brink with her Semitol. Back number 325, this will be Bentley Quigley with his Semitol Angus Cross. Again, this is our senior division out of the Cremona Club. Bib number 326, Kyla Rollader with her Angus Cross. And 328, our senior member rounding out this class, Natalie Brink.
Well, I think a real terminal type of steer that leads this class off with the big buckskin calf, he has a lot to offer in terms of what we're looking for. I mean, he's a long spine type of calf. He's stout made. He's got a lot of mass. He's got good cover on him. He's got a lot of quarter to him. Just a real complete balanced type of calf that I think wins this class quite handily in my mind. Big steer we got in second. The second and third place steers actually very similar in type and kind. I think when you get analyzing, I think where the second place steer has the advantage is when you look at that hind quarter. I mean, man, there is a lot of meat and muscle that carries right down low. Certainly a steer that's got a lot of top, a lot of finish on him. He's kind of in that ideal weight range for what we're looking for. Certainly a soggy enough, stout made type of steer that will have a little bit of waste, I guess, when we put him on the rail. But I think this young lady's done a tremendous job getting him fed, getting him to the point of where we need him for this industry. And just two real nice steers to come off the top of that class. We get in the third place steer, like I said, a big round muscle type of steer that offers a lot of meat and a lot of power and a lot of performance. Maybe just gets a little shorter made than our two leadoff steers. You'd stretch them out a little bit to give them probably the weight and the carcass that I'm going to ideally look for. But I think a steer that's going to go out and hang very well when you look at him in terms of his like I said, his muscle definition, his top, his loin, a calf that's going to grade very well. We get into our third place steer, probably the more moderate type of steer in this class. Certainly a beef machine type of steer, though, that offers a lot of great attributes. A calf that maybe gives up a little bit on that hind end. He wants to get a little more pinched when you get into that pin spread, that tail head. You'd like to just spread him out a little bit, level him off a little bit more in there, and I think he could add a little more muscle, a little more power, but certainly a steer that does offer a lot of great attributes. Round out the class, this is our lightest steer in this class, and I know it's a tough one when he's competing against these big heavyweights. You might see it a little different as we get into the weight classes this afternoon. But a steer that I think does need a little bit more time on feed. Just looking at his frame and his size here today, I'd like to see another 7,500 pounds in this steer to get to his full potential of where he's going to get to. But a steer that's certainly structurally correct, and this gal's doing a great job showing him out here and getting him to town. So good luck to you guys all in the sale later on.
Well, thank you, Riley. That was our senior Cremona Market Steer Division. Moving on out of this class is 325 Bentley Quigley and 328 Natalie Brink. Our senior showmanship moving out of this class into class number 26 will be Charlotte Keidel and also Natalie Brink. Congratulations to you. Well, that will bring us to class number 23. This is our grand champion drive for Cremona. Cremona champion market steer confirmation. So we are going to bring in our junior members. Well, again, this is our Cremona champion market steer confirmation class. We do have a couple juniors just entered in here. We are going to bundle them up with this class. This is bib number 123, Aaliyah Farquharson, our Black Angus steer she's showing, and 129, Isabel Brink, with her Semitol Hereford Cross. Then we'll move into our intermediate that come out of class 21. This was bib number 226, Emily Brink, and bib number 221, Simon Keidel. And then our seniors, who we just seen in here, it is Bentley Quigley and Natalie Brink, who came out of their class. Again, this is our final Cremona champion market steer and reserve champion class. And after this, we will be moving on into our inter-club showmanship, our junior, intermediate, and seniors, and then our final class of the day is going to be our Pen of 5 market steers.
We've got another tremendous championship drive out here. Again, we've got two junior kids that we didn't get a chance to see in an individual class. How we'll rank these two steers, we're going to use the more full-blood looking steer on this side. Here's a calf that just offers a pile of jam and a pile of mass and a pile of substance to him. He's certainly a finished steer, and man, you got to just appreciate what he is and what he offers. A calf that looks good on the standstill, a calf that is going to go out and hang well. This young gal's done just a tremendous job getting him fed out to what I'm going to call his potential. I mean, he's weighing up there, just a heavy-muscled, heavy-top type of steer. The black steer on the other side, certainly a steer that's got a showier type of look to him. He's certainly got some eye appeal to him. I think a steer that probably just needs a little more time on feed. You'd like to see him feel a little bit more down through his cod, through his lower twist. A calf that just a little bit more, tubular, I guess. When you analyze him from the side profile, you'd just like to give a little more oomph to him in comparison to the steer at the top of the class. But two very nice steers. To talk about the class as a whole, I think the Cremona Club's done just a tremendous job. Again, I commented on the two other clubs in terms of the overall steers that they brought out, the presentation, the feed that got put into them, the time, the care. I know it takes a lot, and I just commend all you juniors and leaders and parents for getting these steers to where they need to be. There's nothing worse than getting to your achievement day and feeling like you're behind, and I feel like for the most part, everybody's just done a tremendous job. I'll save a few closing comments for the Pen of 5 show when we get into that. But with that, Jill, go pick a few champions for the Cremona Club, and congratulations to all the members. Put your hands together.
Well, there you go. Congratulations, Bentley Quigley, bib number 325. That is your Cremona Grand Champion. And your reserve, 328, Natalie Brink. Well, and our juniors will be moving on to showmanship, which is our next class, number 24, Alea Farquharson and Isabel Brink. We are going to be moving out of our confirmation classes, and we will be moving into our junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship classes. This will be inter-club market steers showmanship, and then we're going to round out this portion of our day with class number 27, which will be a Pen of 5 market steers. We're going to take a quick minute here to have a little break and regroup before we get into our 3 showmanship classes. And as I said, we'll finish out this portion of the day with our Pen of 5 market steers. Well, we're back. Class number 24. We are going to move into our interclub market steers showmanship. We're going to get it kicked off with our junior division. So we had from our Prairie Partners junior showmanship, that was class number 13. Advancing from that class was bib number 141, Kyver Hannah, and 144, Morgan Page. These are going to be our first two showmen entering the ring representing Prairie Partners 4-H Club. And representing the West Carstairs 4-H Club, our junior showman, bib number 104, Kate Manya, and 105, Elias Conrad. And our final two junior showmen representing the Cremona 4-H Club. It'll be 123, Aaliyah Farquharson, and 129, Isabel Brink. If you were here this morning, Aaliyah did O Canada, and what a great job she did. She's got a beautiful voice. Thank you for singing that. You did just an outstanding job, Aaliyah. Again, this is class number 24, Interclub Market Steers Showmanship, Junior Age Division.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Carstairs and District Club for letting us come out and judge today. It's the first time you'll hear me today. And I'm going to talk about the showmen in front of us. We started with the junior showmanship division, so these are the top 2 from each club. You had to qualify to get into this class. So I'm going to comment on a couple things that I would like to see, and then some things that, so I'm going to comment on the things that I did see, and then some things that we could do better. And then I hope that the kids in the back are paying a little bit of attention. And also, all of a sudden, everything went awry here. Anyways, so when we talk about showmanship, there's a couple things that I want to mention that I didn't mention yesterday. And if you weren't here yesterday, I might touch on a couple more things. A couple things that are important, especially in the junior division. So we're starting with the youngest kids. I think we need to remember that our ringmen, Sawyer and Ron, or whoever's going to be the ringman at your next show that you're doing, that they're the captain of the ship. Okay, so these guys are running the ring, and you guys need to be aware of what they're asking you to do. So you need to be paying attention maybe before you've even come into the class, so that you know how the show is going to be ran. So you know where your steer is going to be asked to go and what they're going to ask you to do next. So if you're looking on the outside of the ring and being like, okay, the steer has to do 1.5 laps, and then it's going to stand over in the corner, and I'm going to set it up. And the judge is going to walk around and look at my animal. So if you are in awareness of what's going to happen, step 1. Okay? Step 2, listen to the ringmen, because sometimes the ringmen have given you a tip of what to do or where you need to go next, and they're going to give you a little bit of help along the way. So listen to the ringmen and respect the ringmen. Okay, the next thing is we got to be paying attention to where the judge is. You guys did a really good job at watching where the judge is, and as the judge walks around your animal, you moved around and you let the judge look at your animal on every angle possible. So I think the 6 of you did do a really good job at that. Whereas the next thing is important that you do is you need to be watching him for when he's pulling you into your position. So you know when he looks at you and he gives you a number, okay, that's your placing. He's told you that your placing is, and so you need to be well aware where number 2 goes. Okay, we know that watching the classes before, first place was going that way, second place was going that way, and third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth were standing in a row. So you guys, you have to be paying attention, and that's what I'm going to emphasize for the younger members. And then something that I want to emphasize is for the members that are in the ring and outside of the ring. And I'm not going to beat up on anybody, but guess what? In November, when these steers are 800 pounds, do you think that they're going to be a lot better, easier to handle than when they're 14 and 1,500 pounds? Okay, so don't start halter braking on May 1st. Okay? Because this is when they're big and strong. Okay, so I really want you to put the emphasis on working on them, especially in that first month. Okay, you have them, you're excited about 4-H, you just got to wait on them. Let's work on them when they're 800 pounds, okay? You guys will have way more success on this day if you do that, okay? And work on them consistently over time. Don't put all the pressure on you when the grass starts to grow. Okay, so I think that those are small comments. I'm going to get more advanced as we get into the intermediates and the seniors, but I think these 6 kids did a really good job. I think that there's room for improvement? Absolutely, but I think that overall these kids come to town, and Riley and I like to emphasize that kids and cows are the best matchup. So if you see your kids and your cows out in the ring, please know that your kids are going to be 90% better off than most kids out there. Okay, so I'm going to go and select a champion junior showman and then a reserve.
Well, thank you, Jill, and excellent work. That is going to be 123, Aaliyah Farquharson as your grand champion, Market Steers Showmanship, and Kyber Hanna, your reserve champion. Congratulations to all of our junior showmen. What a great job you did. And some words of wisdom from Jill. So thank you, Jill, for that. We're going to ask our showman that did our grand champion in reserve to stay in the ring. We're going to do a quick few pictures here before we move on into our intermediate division. Well, again, congratulations to our grand champion junior showman Leah Farquharson and a reserve Kyber Hannah. That is going to bring us into class number 23. This is our inter-club intermediate age division, and representing the Prairie Partners 4-H Club, they advanced out of class number 14. This is 241 Joni Page will be our first competitor in the arena, and 242 Grady Page. They are representing the Prairie Partners 4-H Club in this intermediate division. Representing West Carstairs, they come on a class 16 and 17, two classes of intermediate, be 202 Rory Hurham and 208 Peyton Walrath. In our intermediate Cremona 4-H Club showmanship, they advanced out of class number 21. It was 224 Amelia Farquharson and 221 Simon Keidel. This is your intermediate interclub Market Steers Showmanship Championship Division.
Well, this class of intermediate showmen, it just keeps getting better here. I think these 6 members have done a fabulous job. I think that you can tell that they have a little bit more experience under their belt, they've worked on their cattle a little bit more, or they have more confidence. And I said it yesterday, is when you have more confidence, it's because you've worked on them more. And when you have more confidence, your animal trusts you a little bit more, and you therefore have a better experience. So I have a couple things I want to emphasize, and hopefully I explain this well. So when an animal gets pulled into place, we ask the kids to, they're walking, and then we ask them to switch hands and then back themselves 1 or 2 steps and set their animals up. The advantage of that is that you can see the animal when you're backing up, so you can tell whether their feet are in the right place. An important part is if the back foot that's ahead more, if they're not putting full weight on that foot, you should touch the other back leg. That allows them to put weight on both back feet. And it's happened in this class, and it's happened with the intermediate kids specifically. So I just want you guys to pay attention to that. If they're not putting full weight on one back leg or the other, touch the opposite one. And that gives you a fair advantage, because then you can see what we're looking for in these steers is for them to be level on the top and level in their hips. And if they're not level, that means they're not putting full weight on. So something to consider. I hope the seniors listen. I hope you take something towards the next show. I know that this might be a personal preference and people have been taught this differently, but if you've been taught the most important part of showmanship is smiling, you are wrong. Okay? Smiling is, I know we're happy to be in here and we're happy to be at the end of the road, and it's our achievement day, and you've been taught that you need to come out here and have fun. I think the most important part is you setting up your animal, you being calm, cool, collected, and you having done the work ahead of time. And then you can kind of put some emphasis on that you don't need to look miserable out here, but smiling isn't the most important part. So, and I did talk about this yesterday and before. The more work that you do at home, the better. And if we start in November and December, we're going to be better off. And the other thing I said yesterday is if you want to get better at this, do it more. Let's go to another show. There's lots of shows, specifically in Central Alberta. If this is your thing and you want to do this more, let's sign you up and do some more stuff. I promise you, your results will skyrocket if you practice, practice, practice. And that means going to another show, going to your mock achievement show, loading your steers up, going to somebody else's house. There's lots of tools out there, but so the more work you can do on it, better. Like I said, the guys don't go to the NHL if they don't practice, okay? So we got to work on it. But I think that this group of intermediates has done an incredible job. Let's put our hands together, and with that, I'll go and select a champion and then reserve.
Well, again, some great words, Jill. Thank you. And there it is. There's your grand champion, intermediate showman, Rory Huram, and your reserve, Peyton Walrath. Yes, you bet. Congratulations to you, too. And a great job to the rest of you intermediate kids that did come out of your classes. Leave this arena with your head held high and be proud of what you have accomplished today. We're going to ask our reserve and grand champion to stay in the arena for some pictures. Well, there you have it. How about another round of applause for our intermediate showmanship champions, Rory Hurham, Peyton Walrath. Well, we're down to our final few classes here before we take about a 15-minute break, and then we will get into our interclub weight classes. But first, we have class number 26. This is our interclub market steer senior showmanship division. And representing the West Carstairs Club, they advanced out of class number 19. This was 307 Peyton Verbonic and 306 Shepard Ostermeyer.
Yeah, this morning she came back with like 3 of them.
And, and advancing out of our Cremona Senior Showmanship Division, class number 22 is 321 Charlotte Keidel, and bib number 328 Natalie Brink. This is class number 26. This is your Interclub Market Steers Senior Showmanship Division.
Well, I'll make this short and sweet. I know there's lots yet to do here today, but I do want to commend these 4 senior members for all their hard work. Let's put our hands together. As a senior member, you've been in here the longest, and I said this yesterday, I expect more. So I expect more out of senior members because you guys know better. So I'm going to be a little bit harder on you guys today. I think that there's a couple things I want you to remember. I talked about this in the intermediate championship, but when we are going to set our animals up, steers or heifers, doesn't matter, and we switch our hands so that we can pull them into place a little bit better. The emphasis on that you guys have done that at home, so these guys in the steers know what to expect. The more you practice that, the easier it gets, okay? I want you guys to use your stick less. Does that make sense? I don't want you guys to solely rely on your stick to set your animals up, because as the most experienced members, you should be able to do that just with your halter, okay? So you should be able to have done that work at home so your steer knows what you're looking for, that you want that one leg a little bit further ahead than the other, and that you're going to pull them exactly into place, and you're going to stand them in a comfortable position. So I think that's really important as senior members. Couple comments just as the ring functions around here today. If you are, like we want you to go around the ring and utilize the space as much as possible, but when you stop, don't stop right next to your friend, your neighbor's animal. Give yourself a little bit of space so the judge can walk in between your animals, so that if your steer moves, you have a little bit of wiggle room so that you aren't fully on top of the next animal. And that goes for when we're standing side by side in here like this. There's been a lot of classes, some of you guys have seen the kids very much gravitate all the way to the fence. I don't want you to do that, right? I want you to stay in the middle of the ring. You're going to do the loop just like this young man is doing, and you're going to go back into your spot. We don't want you to be all the way up on the panels, okay? The panels are a guideline, and they're something that you can utilize as a tool, but we don't want you close to them. And like I said in the last class, we want to put the emphasis on doing the work ahead of time. I can't stress it enough. That it shows. The moment you walk into the ring, basically in the first 4 or 5 seconds, I know what kind of showman you are, and I know basically who I'm going to use in terms of my champion reserve, based on what your overall composure is, what kind of work you've done at home. It's the most important part, okay? So as senior members, I commend these four for all their hard work, and good luck at the sale tonight. I'll go and select my champion and my reserve.
Well, thank you, Jill, for those words of wisdom. You bet. There it is, your grand senior showmanship champion, Peyton Verbonic, and your reserves, Shepard Ostermeyer. Congratulations. We're going to ask you two to stay in the arena. And a big, huge round of applause. How about for all of these members here in the senior showmanship? You bet. Thank you. Well, that is going to finish out for the most part. We have one more class here. It is going to be our pen of 5 market steers. Our 3 clubs will represent with their best 5 steers in this final class before we take a short 15-minute intermission. And then we will get into our inter-club weight classes number 28 through 40. Well, congratulations to all of our showmen and all of our competitors here today in the confirmation. That does conclude our showmanship classes. We are getting ready now for class number 27. This is going to be our pen of 5 market steers. Again, Prairie Partners pen of 5, West Carstairs pen of 5, and the Cremona pen of 5. Again, before we move into this, a big thank you to Riley and Jill Mater for showing up here today and yesterday. You betcha. They are, as I said, have positioned themselves at the top of the Semitole world, and they have a lot of wisdom to pass on to this 4-H club here, and thank you for doing that today. Ron Daly, Sawyer Daly, thank you for ringing for us today. Southpaw Cattle Company, again, huge contributors. They give a lot of their time. We couldn't do it without them, so thank you for being here today and running the ring. Well, our first club in here will be our Prairie Partners Pen of 5 Market Steers. And we will welcome into the arena our West Carstairs 4-H Club. This is their Pen of 5. Well, in our final 4-H club here, Cremona coming in with their Pen of 5. This is class number 27, the Pen of 5 Market Steers.
Well, this is certainly one of the fun classes of the day when we bring out the pen of 5. I think, the interaction between these members on deciding which 5 steers come out is kind of the cool part about these youth programs and letting these kids make some decisions on their own. And we got 3 really nice pen of 5s out here. All 3 of these clubs have done a great job. I commented kind of throughout the day that, I think if you're a buyer sitting in the crowd or you're logged in online, I think you can sit in here and buy with confidence today. I mean, there's a lot of steers here that cutability-wise and carcass and yield-wise are going to go out and make some great beef. So congrats to you kids and the leaders and everybody involved on getting them to this point. Yeah, put your hands together if you'd like, yeah. A few points, I guess. This will be my last time on the microphone, just on behalf of Jill and I before we go out and pick your champion here. We just want to say what an honor it's been to come and judge. Well, I'll call it a local show. I mean, we're both local now. Jill grew up in the 4-H program as well as I did. I think I'm a graduate from, it's over 20 years ago, but 4-H and youth and junior programs sure teach you a lot, and it's certainly a great industry to be a part of. It's a great industry to raise your kids in and grow up and just do things as a family. These egg kids, I think, are valued very highly when they get out there in the workforce, whether you're a 4-H kid or a junior kid. It doesn't matter what species you have. I know there's sheep and there's other aspects of 4-H. I think just the experience that you get out of it in terms of public speaking and just all of the above. You mature into young adults faster in life, I think, than a lot of your peers that you might go to school with or play on a hockey team with. I think the emphasis on egg kids is really the forefront when you're looking at getting a job in the future. So congrats to the families, I guess, the parents. I know it's not easy to juggle a schedule of being in 4-H and being in badminton and being in hockey and all that, and we go through the same thing in our family, but you get to this point when it's the finish line, and you certainly got to give yourselves a pat on the back and say, well, that was worth it, because look at the kids we're raising. So I commend you guys all as parents standing around the ring, and you as kids going through the motions of this. You look at the longevity of this show, and I believe this is 83 years of this show happening. I think it's 84 years of the Carstairs, the West Carstairs 4-H Club, and that's pretty neat to see. I see a lot of faces sitting in the stands out there that are alumni, we'll call them, that have certainly been through this program, and to watch the progression and the succession and the evolution, I guess, that has probably come over the last 84 years is remarkable. I think, my hats really go off to the committee that puts this on, and it's a lot of work, and you got to remember, everybody's a volunteer here. We're out here doing this for our kids, and we're trying to better them as people. And I mentioned that yesterday, that although we are showing cattle, what we're really trying to raise is the person on the end of the halter. We're trying to shape these kids into better humans that have more opportunity, I guess, than what we had as their parents. So I commend you guys very, very much on that. Another thing I want to touch on, I guess, is I really want to thank our ring people, Ron and Sawyer, out here today. Jill utilized them, I guess, a lot in her showmanship comments and just talking the importance of a good ringman and the trust you need to put in a ring person when you're out here, because it can really make or break your 8, 9, 10 minutes in the ring. You got a short time to be in here. And just trust the system. When you got good people working with you, they can really do a lot of help. So I want to thank them very much. I want to thank our announcers and our clerks behind me. It was a real nice program to follow. We got marshals out back that would have gathered cattle here or got them from their stalls. We thank you very much. We know it's a team effort to get these cattle to the ring and get these kids in, and this class is a prime example of a little chaos that happens before you enter the ring. So we want to thank the organization very much. I think a key component is this sign right standing behind me, and it's the sponsors that are involved. Without sponsors and community support, these things don't go on. So you as kids, you see one of your sponsors walking around, say thank you. It's huge. Like I say, the community support towards egg kids is massive, and you probably see it again in your sale tonight, where there's businesses step in and support you, and it's a huge contribution, I guess, they're giving back to the local community. So make sure you take the time. It's certainly worth it to say thanks. I think on that, am I getting down, hon? Probably missed something to say, but again, it's just been an honor for us to come out here today and evaluate your show. We wish everybody the best of luck in the second half of the show today, and for sure the sale tonight. great times to be in the cattle industry right now. Hold your heads up proud, and like I said, go and say thank you to a few people and have a great day. Jill will go out and pick our champion pen of 5, and we'll go from there.
Well, thank you, Riley. Couldn't have said it any better. And there it is. That's your pen of 5. West Carstairs. You bet. A big round for all the competitors today, as well as Riley and Jill. Thank you for being here. Ron and Sawyer, you bet. All you kids did a great job. We're going to take a 15-minute intermission, and then we're going to come back at you with the weight club classes. I apologize. Our interclub weight classes, number 28 through 40. There is a separate program for that, so be sure to get your hands on it. We'll see you back here at about 1:30. Well, we are just a few minutes away from getting kicked off here with our inter-club weight classes, where we will be starting it off with the market lambs. So we'll be asking everybody here to come back to their stations, as we're just a few minutes away from getting it kicked off with our inter-club weight classes. Well, before we get into our inter-club weight classes, we are going to have our Pena 3 market lambs. And for our inter-club weight classes, we're going to welcome back to the arena ringman Griffin Keidel. And for our confirmation judge, it's going to be Abby Ann Redmond. And Abby works as a ruminant nutritionist, working with producers throughout Alberta. She works with cow-calf producers, feedlots, bison, elk, and sheep to create relations and formulate custom minerals. Abby also has a flock of Icelandic and Scottish black-faced sheep in the Thorsby area. She sells meat direct to the market. She's an expert in her field, and we want to thank you, Abby, for being here with us today. Well, within that, we're going to get it kicked off with our Pena 3 market lambs. This is all going to be representing the Cremona Club, so we are going to start it off with Haley Oldale and her Pena 3. Following that is going to be Charlotte Keidel with her Pena 3. Haley will be showing the Suffolk lambs. Charlotte has the Cadodan lambs. And then Dylan Oldale rounding out the class again with the Suffolk lambs.
right, for our first pen of 3 here, some really nice animals, and I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into them to get them to where they're at now. So the reasons I placed first over second, really uniform groups here between first and second, but very structurally sound, good fat cover over the pin bones to the hook bones, nice coverage over the ribs. So I'll do first and second placings here. In third, I think I just maybe knocked a few points off in terms of finish, but in terms of what the carcass potential could be, I think they have some growing to do, but overall good potential for carcass quality. So I'll go place first and second here.
Well, there you go. There's your champion, pen of 3, Haley Oldale. And then Dylan Oldale and Charlotte Keidel. Congratulations, you guys, on your pen of 3. Well, that's it. We're going to get it started here. The interclub weight classes, we are going to get it kicked off with the market lambs. Class number 28, we're going to be looking at our lightweight market lambs. We're going to welcome into the arena bib number 220, Lorelei Baker with her Hampshire cross. Final scale weight on this was 71 pounds. She's an intermediate member. Another intermediate member following her, 224, Amelia Farquharson with her Suffolk, weighing in at 78 pounds. Junior member Blake Kelly, bib number 124 with the Suffolk cross, coming also in at 78 pounds. Kyver Hanna, back number 141 with his Arcot Cross, also weighing in at 78 pounds. Our junior member 120, Autumn Baker, with her Hampshire Cross, 79 pounds is what it tipped the scale at today. And a senior member 323, Shelby Oldale, with her Suffolk Lamb, weighing in at 80 pounds. Junior member 103, Callahan Nickel, with a Suffolk Cross. It topped the scales at 85 pounds this morning. And intermediate member 221, Simon Keidel, with his Suffolk Texel Cross, also weighing in at 85 pounds. And rounding out this class, senior member 322, Dylan Oldale, with his Suffolk Lamb, weighing in at 86 pounds. This is our Interclub Lightweight Market Lambs, class number 28.
Thank you so much to this class of light lambs. There was a few that I thought were quite close. Sorry, can I see your bib numbers there? So I'll place 221 in first and 323 in second. I'll hold my comments for reasons for the championship class, but you two will move on.
Well, congratulations. That's going to be 221 Simon Keidel and 323 Shelby Oldale. Moving on to class number 32. We're going to move into class number 29. This is our interclub midweight market lambs, group 1. We got 2 groups of these midweights. Entering the arena first is our junior member 128 Trip Seelhoff with the Suffolk Cross, weighing in at 88 pounds. Junior member 125 Cooper Kelly with the Suffolk Cross, weighing in at also 88 pounds. Third in line, intermediate member 222, Haley Oldale with her Suffolk sheep, weighing in at 94 pounds this morning. And our junior member 123, Aaliyah Farquharson with her Suffolk lamb, weighing in at 95 pounds. Senior member 320, Aiden Baker with her Hampshire cross, coming at 96 pounds this morning. Junior member Addison DeCare, Suffolk Cross, 97 pounds. And an intermediate member, back number 206, Evelyn Lang, with her Suffolk Cross, weighing in at 101 pounds. Another intermediate member, 204, William Harder, with his Suffolk Cross, weighing in also at 102 pounds. And finally, rounding out this class, our junior member 127, Tenley Seelhoff, with her Suffolk Cross lamb, tipped the scales at 102 pounds this morning. This is Group 1 of our Interclub Midweight Market Lambs. Well, it looks like our judge's decision has been made. Advancing out of this class in the Group 1 of midweight lambs, it is going to be 123, Aaliyah Farquharson, and 206, Evelyn Lang. Congratulations to you two. We're going to see you in class number 32. Again, Aaliyah's lamb come in here at 95 pounds and Evelyn Lang at 101 pounds. That was Group 1 of our midweight market lambs. We're going to move right into our class number 30, our interclub midweight market lambs. This is going to be Group number 2. First into the ring, bib number 122, Wesley Birchall with his Suffolk lamb. 102 pounds is what he weighed in at. Junior member 126, Hadley Seelhoff with her Suffolk Cross. 103 pounds is what it crossed the scales at this morning. Intermediate member 205, Claire Lott with a Suffolk Lamb, coming also at 103 pounds. Senior member 302, Nora Gottenboss out of the West Carstairs Club with her Suffolk Cross. She topped the scales at 107 pounds. Intermediate member 201, Chloe Charlton, again with another Suffolk Cross, weighing in at 108 pounds. Junior member 102, Ben Lott with his Suffolk Lamb, 111 is what he weighed in at. Junior member 140, Sarah Audley with a Suffolk Cross, also weighing in at 111 pounds. An intermediate member rounding out this class, 202, Rory Huram with his Suffolk Cross, weighing in at 112 pounds. This is Group 2 of your interclub midweight market lambs. Well, there you have it. That is our Interclub Midweight Group 2. And coming out of this class, advancing to class number 32 is going to be 202 Rory Hiram. What a great day he's had, picking himself up a showmanship award here earlier on. And 205 Claire Lott. These are going to be your top two advancing out of this class. Well, we're going to move into class number 31. This is our Interclub Heavyweight Market Lambs. First in the arena, bib number 303, Rowan Gottenboss. Her Suffolk Cross weighed in at 113 pounds. Junior member 101, McKenna Barnett. Again with a Suffolk Cross. That lamb weighed in at 115 pounds. Intermediate member 240, Daniel Audley, with his Suffolk lamb weighing in at 115 pounds. Senior member 301, Hunter Irwin, with his Suffolk Cross lamb weighed in at 121 pounds. Intermediate member 200, Brantley Hughes, with his Suffolk Cross weighing in at 121 pounds this morning. Senior member 321, Charlotte Keidel, with her Suffolk Texel Cross weighed in at 125 pounds. And intermediate member 203, Sierra Verbonic, with her Suffolk Cross, tipped the scales at 133 pounds. And then our senior member rounding out this heavyweight class, bib number 300, Brennan Ostermeyer, with his Charlet Rambouillet Cross, topping the scales at 141 pounds, our heaviest lamb here. This is the heavyweight market division. Again, this day would not be possible without of our financial contributions from our local businesses. We've recognized them. We're going to continue to recognize them. A big thank you to our Tenderloin sponsors for stepping up to the plate here and helping put this show and sale on. City and Country South Downs, Bank of Montreal, Bennett Family, Didsbury Ag Society, Cremona Ag Society, Cowlick Minerals, Country Junction, Lauren Red Angus, Westway Farms, Innisfail Auction Mart, ATB Carstairs, Independent Grocers Carstairs, Al Crawford out of UFA Olds, Dolores Hair, and Didsbury Home Hardware. Those are our Tenderloin sponsors. A big thank you to you for contributing to this club. We're very grateful for it. Again, we're watching our Interclub Heavyweight Market Lamb Division, class number 31. We'll be pulling our top 2 out of here, and we will roll right into our Interclub Championship Drive, where we will be reigning our Supreme Grand Champion Market Lamb, as well as our Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb. Well, there you have it. The judge's deliberation is in. It is 203 Sierra Bourbonic and 200 Brantley Hughes, who will be moving on out of this heavyweight division.
So then this is where we need her to place some.
Well, we are underway right now with class number 32. This is our grand championship drive and our inter-club champion market lambs. Back number 221, Simon Keidel. He was in the lightweight lambs with his lamb weighing in at 85 pounds. Advancing from class 28 as well, 323, Shelby Oldale with an 80-pound lamb. Group 1 of our midweight lambs, we've seen advancing on 206, Evelyn Lang with a 101-pound lamb, and 123, Aaliyah Farquharson with a 95-pound lamb. Group 2 in our midweights, that was class number 30. Advancing over there was Rory Herm, bib number 202. His lamb weighed in at 112 pounds, and bib number 205, Claire Lott, her lamb weighing in at 103 pounds. And out of our heavyweight class that we just seen, we watched Sierra Verbonic advance on with her 133-pound lamb, and Brantley Hughes with his 121-pound lamb. This is your grand champion drive. We are going to be crowning our supreme grand champion market lamb and reserve. Again, a big thank you to Abby Redmond for being here. She traveled from a ways away. She lives up by Thorsby. She is a ruminant nutritionist. She works with all kinds of feedlots, bison, elk, and sheep. She creates rations and formulates for custom minerals. She does a great job. She obviously is an expert in the feeding program. Couldn't ask for a better judge to be here today, so a big thank you to Abby as she is here deliberating on our Supreme Grand Champion class of market lambs. Along with crowning our Supreme Grand and Reserve Champion, we will be also having an award out for overall rate of gain and best homegrown market lamb. Now, these market lambs were on feed for 67 days, and there will be an award given out as well for the overall rate of gain. We'll be doing the same in our steer classes, which is going to immediately follow our market lamb class. Again, this is the Supreme Grand Championship Drive. Some of our ribeye sponsors: McKee Homes, Rocky Mountain Equipment out of Olds, Shearforce Equipment outside the auction, Banya Enterprises, Neogen Canada, Westland Insurance, Dara Salanders with Remax, ACA Realty, and Future Ag. Those are some of our ribeye sponsors. Again, thank you for your financial contribution, stepping up to the plate, and being a part of today's show and sale. A big thank you to S3 Outfitters, Banya Enterprises for supplying the snacks for our club members here earlier today, and Kamala Farms and Hatchery for supplying lunch today. Big thank you to Jeff and Grankin family for bringing pizza here. And again, supper is going to be at 5 p.m. following our inter-club steer show.
bit of deliberation on that one. I thought that was a really, really good pen of sheep here. So some of the things that I'm looking at when judging these sheep is the potential for growth. So not just what we have in front of you, but the carcass characteristics that might make it a good market lamb in the future. So the potential for feed efficiency, for muscle deposition, and also the structure of the sheep that would make it sound throughout its life. So of course we raise these animals for profitability, so we don't want them over conditioned. So that's another thing that I'm assessing. So the first place here, I put 205, Claire Lout. And in second place I have 206, Evelyn Lang.
Well, there you have it. There's your Supreme Grand Champion Market Lamb, Claire Lott, and your Reserve Grand Champion, Evelyn Lang. You betcha. Congratulations to you two girls. Great job on raising them lambs. And you know what? Congratulations to the rest of you competitors in here. You gave them a run for their money. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to crown a Supreme and a Reserve. Well, a couple more mentions here that we need to have. We have a few more awards here in our lamb show. Our overall rate of gain. Now again, these lambs were on feed for 67 days. It was Sierra Bourbonic with a rate of gain of 1.1 pounds per day. So good job, Sierra. Great job on feeding that lamb. As well, we have our best homegrown market lamb, and that will go out to Shelby Oldale. Her lamb came in at 80 pounds, so good job to you, Shelby Oldale. She does win the best homegrown market lamb. How about a big round of applause for all of our lamb producers here? They did a great job, all these young kids, great competition. And you know what? How about we give it up as well for Abby Redmond coming here all the way from Thorsby to impart some of her wisdom and expertise in our lamb show, and Griffin Keitel running the ring for us today. That's going to round out our inter-club weight classes in the lamb show, and we are going to get kicked off here right away with our steer show. So as we clear the arena of lambs, we're going to open it up for the steers. We are going to welcome into the arena our ringmen, Ron Daly and Sawyer Daly, Southpaw Cattle Company, just outside of Carstairs here today. Thank you for running our ring. You guys have done a great job. Thank you for volunteer hours and your contribution of time to this club. As well, we do have our weight judge here for the steer show in our beef interclub classes. This is Russell Galele. He lives west of Crossfield. He's a fourth generation farmer. Raises purebred Charolais and Red Angus Charolais commercial cattle. And alongside the cattle, Russell grain farms with his parents. He's been very proactive in bringing new technologies, herd and pasture management practices, and in being an environmental steward to ensure that his operation is running at its best. His passion for cattle started when he was young, helped his parents run their herd. He's been active in 4-H throughout his young years and showing cattle. He continues to show cattle through some fall cattle shows, goes to Farm Fair, Agribition, the Alberta Charlet Select, where he showcases his cattle and meets potential buyers. Today, Russell's constantly involved with the cattle industry, being vice president at the Alberta Charlet Association Board and raising his cattle under the VPB Plus program and running their new feed sales business, Dynamic Feed Solutions. We'd like to welcome to the arena our judge today, Russell Galele. Thank you for contributing your time here today. We're going to get kicked off with class number 33. This is our Interclub Lightweight Market Steers, group number 1. Entering in the arena first is bib number 145, Rory Fair, the Hereford Angus Charlet Cross. It weighed in at 1,149 pounds. Intermediate member 212, Natalie Conrad, second in the ring with her Angus Simmental Cross, weighed in at 1,175 pounds. Junior member 123, Aaliyah Farquharson with her Black Angus steer, tipped the scales at 1,200 even pounds this morning. Senior member 321, Charlotte Keidel, Angus Simmental Cross, she's showing, weighing in at 1,207. Intermediate member 242, Grady Page, Hereford Angus, weighing in at 1,220 pounds. Our junior member 141, Kyber Hanna, with his Red Angus, weighing in at 1,224 pounds. And rounding out this class is our senior member, bib number 304, Xander Ewert, with his clubby mane, weighing in at 1,231 pounds. This is our Interclub Lightweight Market Steers, group number 1. Well, there we have it. Moving on out of this class number 33, they'll be moving on to class 35. That's going to be Kyver Hanna, showing his Red Angus, weighed in at 1,224, and Xander Ewert. They will be moving on. He had his clubby mane weighing in at 1,231 pounds. These are going to be your top two advancing out of this class. Well, we're going to move into class number 34. This is going to be group number 2 of our interclub lightweight market steers. Our intermediate member 241, Joni Page, showing her Hereford Angus Cross. It topped the scales at 1,261 pounds this morning. Our junior member 144, Morgan Page, with her Hereford Angus Cross, 1,266 pounds. Junior member 142, Rhett Ziegler, with his Red Angus Gelby Semitol Cross, 1,279 pounds. And our intermediate member, back number 227, Hudson Rollleader, with his Semitol Cross, weighing in at 1,288 pounds. Junior member 143, Jace Ziegler, Red Angus Gelby Semitol Cross, weighing in at 1,289 pounds. Intermediate member 211, Leanne Conrad, Angus Semitol Cross Steer, 1,291 pounds. And rounding out this class is our intermediate member 213, Wesley Manya. This Semitol Cross weighed in at 1,301 pounds this morning. This is your lightweight market steers group number 2. So we pulled 2 out of our last lightweight class. We're going to pull 2 out of this lightweight class. They'll roll into the lightweight market steer final, where we will be pulling the top 2 out of those 4, and they'll go into the Interclub Championship drive. Well, there it is. This is Group 2 of our lightweight market steers, and moving on out of this class is going to be 241, Joni Page, and 213, Wesley Mania. Good job to you guys. You betcha. And congratulations to all the other competitors here. You know what? That's what makes the competition hard to judge, is all of you kids doing such a great job. So when you leave this arena, hold your heads up high. We're almost through the day. You've done a great job at feeding your steers. We only have a few more hours left. I know the steers are getting tired. The kids are getting tired. Emotions are getting high on both ends. We're almost through it, and a great job. That was our lightweight class. So we're going to ask Joni Page, Wesley Mania. They're going to stay in the arena. And we're going to go right into class number 35, where we will welcome back into the arena competitor 141, Kyver Hanna, and 304, Xander Ewert, as they moved on from their class earlier on. And this will be the Interclub Lightweight Market Steer Finale. The top two out of this class is going to go to the Grand Championship Drive. So competitor 141, Kyver Hanna, he's here on the north side. His steer weighing in at 1,224 pounds this morning. Xander Ewert right behind him, competitor 304, his steer weighing in at 1,231 pounds. Wesley Mania, our third in line there, 1,301, his steer weighed in this morning. And Joni Page rounding out our class, competitor 241. Her steer weighed in at 1,261 pounds. This is our lightweight market steer final. We'll pull the top two out of here to head to the Grand Championship Drive. Well, there you have it. Russell has deliberated. It will be these two moving on to our Grand Champion Drive. It is Kyver Hanna, back number 141, and Wesley Manya. They will be advancing on from this class. Congratulations to you two. Well, we're going to move into class number 36. This is our interclub midweight market steers. Group number 1 will have 2 classes in this midweight division. And entering first into the arena is bib number 208, Peyton Walrath, with her Charlet Black Angus Cross, weighed in at 1,312 pounds. Senior member 326, Kyla Rollator, Angus Cross steer. She's showing 1,327 pounds. Our intermediate member 224, Amelia Farquharson, out of the Cremona Club, showing her Black Angus steer, which weighed in at 1,345 pounds. Junior member 105, Elias Conrad, with his Angus Simmental Cross, topped the scales at 1,356 pounds this morning. Junior member 104, Kate Manya, her Simmental Cross, 1,371 pounds. And intermediate member Olivia Chanasic, Hereford Charlet Cross, Chanasic, 1,378 pounds. Done a pretty good job of not butchering too many names today, but senior member 305, Jace Huram, Simmental Cross, 1,391 pounds. This is group number 1 in your interclub midweight market steers. Now again, in these midweight steers, we have 2 groups in here. We're going to be pulling the top 2 out of this class, the top 2 out of the next class. They will advance to class number 38, where we will just follow the same program as we had done before, and then we will pull our final 2 that will be going to the final Grand Championship drive. Well, there you have it. These are the two advancing. 305, Jace Urim with his Semitol Cross, and 104, Kate Manya with her Semitol Cross. Good job. And you know what? We mentioned it earlier this morning. Kate had an unfortunate, her steer died a couple weeks ago. She put the work in. This is her carcass steer, but she has done a heck of a job. Good job, Kate. We're super proud of you, and a way to persevere, young lady. And you're going to be moving on to our final midweight market steers here in a couple classes. Well, we're going to move right into class number 37. This is our inter-club midweight market steer group number 2. Intermediate member 203. This is Sierra Verbonic entering the arena with her Semitol Shorthorn Cross. It topped the scales at 1,409 pounds this morning. Another intermediate member 243, Ted Fair with his Charlet Angus Cross, weighing in at 1,410 pounds. Intermediate 202, Rory Hiram, his Semi-X, 1,456 pounds. Senior member Peyton Verbonic, her Angus Speckle Park Cross, come in at 1,456 pounds. Senior member 306, Shepard Ostermeyer with his Limousine Angus Cross at 1,468 pounds. Senior member 324, Jacqueline Brink with her Semitol, 1,480 pounds it weighed in at. And our final one rounding out this class, intermediate member 214, Wiley Schmidt with his Semitol Angus Cross, weighing in at 1,537 pounds. This is group number 2 of our midweight market steers. We'll be pulling the top 2 steers out of this class. They will advance on to class number 38, along with the last 2 out of the last class. We will have a midweight market steer final, and then we will roll into our heavyweight market steers, and then that will bring us into our championship drive. Well, some of our Prime Reb sponsors here, again, we've been recognizing our sponsors throughout the day, but their financial contributions we cannot put this show and sale on without them. Champion Forward, Didsbury Chiropractic and Massage, Lone Pine Ag Society, Loyal Energy Operating Limited, Mountain View County Nutri and Ag Solutions, Recon Metal, The Farm Table, Westview Co-op, Ranjan Group, Town of Carstairs, Sundry Forest Products, Jewel Farms Limited, Camelo Farms and Hatchery, Sheehan Trucking, Legacy Fibers, Carstairs and District Ag Society, Mass and Catworks, Redline Livestock, Rosehill Auction Services, and DLMS. Thank you for your contributions. Greatly appreciated. Again, the sale will be live streaming on DLMS tonight, so you can online bid if you can't be here in person. Well, there you have it. These will be the top two out of this class. That's going to be Wiley Schmidt and Shepard Ostermeyer. Congratulations to you two. We're going to ask you to stay in the ring as we will go into our mid-weight market steers final division. Congratulations to the rest of you competitors here. The steers look good. Well, we are going to roll into class number 38. This is our interclub midweight market steer final. We're going to welcome back into the arena our top two out of class number 36. Kate Manya, with her semi-cross, weighed in at 1,371 pounds. And bib number 305, Jace Hiram, with his Semitol cross, weighed in at 1,391 pounds. And staying in the arena with us is Shepard Ostermeyer. His steer weighed in at 1,468 pounds, a Limousine Angus cross, and Wiley Schmidt with his Semitol Angus cross weighed in at 1,537 pounds. This is the final in the midweight market steer division. The top two out of this midweight market steer final will be advancing on to class number 40, our Grand Championship Drive. Following this final, we will go into our interclub heavyweight market steers, and we will be pulling the top two out of that class as well. Well, there we have it. That is going to be our top two, one of our midweight market steers, 306, Shepard Ostermeyer with his Limo Angus Cross, and Wiley Schmidt with his Semitol Angus Cross. These are going to be advancing to our Supreme Grand Champion Drive. Well, we are going to open up the arena for our final division here before our Grand Championship. This is class number 39. This is our interclub heavyweight market steers. Entering the arena first, we bib number 226, our intermediate member Emily Brink with her black Simmental. It topped the scales at 1,550 pounds, starting out at 828. Intermediate member 210, John Drost, with his Angus steer. 1,558 pounds it weighed in this morning. Senior member 325, Bentley Quigley, with his Simmental Angus Cross. 1,571 pounds. Senior member 328, Natalie Brink, with her Simmental Hereford Cross, weighing in at 1,618 pounds. Junior member 129, Isabel Brink, with her Simmental Hereford Cross, weighed in at 1,627 pounds. And rounding out this class is intermediate member 221, Simon Keidel, with his Angus Simmental Cross, weighing in at 1,667 pounds, the heaviest steer of the day. A big thank you to Teal Hallaby here, taking our pictures and capturing the moments on this great achievement day. So thank you, Teal, for being here. We sure appreciate it. Well, there it is. These are our heavyweight coming out of this class. That's going to be 210, John Drost and Bentley Quigley. These are going to be your two heavyweight steers coming out of this heavyweight class. We're going to ask you to stay in the arena because we are going to roll right into our championship drive. Well, this is it, the moment we've all been waiting for, our final class, number 40 of the day. This is our Supreme Grand Championship drive. What a great pen of steers we've seen throughout the day. All three of these clubs have just done a great job. Again, a big thank you to our ringmen, Sarah Sawyer and Ron Daly, for being here. Russell Galili doing the judging, and all of our competitors. Heather Gottenmoss is running the show back there as she is our marshal. And we're going to open up the gates. We're going to welcome into the arena number 141, Kyber Hanna. He's showing his Red Angus steer, weighed in at 1,224 pounds. He was advancing from class number 35. Following him is going to be 213, Wesley Monya with his Semitol Cross, also advancing from class 35. That steer weighed in at 1,301 pounds. We're going to go into our midweight steers, advancing from class number 38. This is back number 306, Shepard Ostermeyer with his Limo Angus Cross, the weight in at 1,468 pounds. Following him, that come out of that class as well, was 214, Wiley Schmidt with his Semitol Angus Cross, weighing in at 1,537 pounds. And then our top two out of that heavyweight class, this is competitor 210, John Drost with his Angus steer, weighing in at 1,558 pounds. And following him is 325, Bentley Quigley, Semitol Angus Cross, that come in at 1,571 pounds. This is your Supreme Grand Championship drive. I would not want to be a judge here in this ring right now. What a great pen of steers here. Russell for sure has his work cut out for him as we've narrowed the field down to the top 6 steers in this Grand Championship drive. He is going to have to do some deliberating for sure. What a great job Russell's done today. A big thank you to him for being here. As well as a big thank you to everybody in the stands, all the fans in the stands. Grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, thank you for being here and supporting this club. What a great long tradition this club has had, and the support goes to show what has been built here over the 83 years that this has been going on.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think all these kids deserve a huge round of applause. It's been a long day for these calves and these kids, going around this ring more than once for everybody. Starting off with your club in shows and then into the interclub show. Big thanks to the organizing committee, the ag facilities, the whole show crew and the clubs. It's not possible without you guys organizing this and getting these kids here. I was through the whole 4-H program myself, and then still continue showing in the national and breed shows come fall as well. I know what it takes to get these calves to this point, and it's a lot of work for your few minutes of fame within the ring. Start off, all these calves, I think everybody did a really tremendous job getting them to this point today. Definitely was from the lightweight calves all the way up to the heavyweight calves. Definitely had my work cut out for myself, getting them through and sorted out, and just sorting through what I would like to have in my program back at home. Want calves that are going to be functional, put the rate of gain to the ground, and yet still function as well. It comes down to a lot of your main herd. You're starting off with your females, you're making sure animals that are going to go out and produce, and then selecting them with their proper herd sires to get to this point where you're getting steers that are putting pounds on the ground. I'm going to just talk, I guess, through the weight classes. The junior lightweight calves, just a tremendous set of calves. I think they complement each other very well. They're the two finished calves within that class. They just kind of fit the bill for what I was looking for. Just that lots of length to them, the thickness. They got a good cover of fat to throw out their back and finish throughout. So, following that, our intermediate calves, a real strong set of black calves here. One of those sets of calves that you can probably go either way depending on the day where you're looking at them. Just found that the calves that just work together, they got a lot of depth, spring and rib, thickness throughout them, and just, yeah, good finish to them as well. On our senior class here, two tremendous, powerful calves. They complement each other very well. Again, I think they got a lot of length, spring and rib, thickness. They carry their fat cover very well throughout them. They're at that finishing weight, and I think they're going to hang up on that rail very well. Again, just tremendous set of calves, and job well done to all the members and parents for getting them there and getting them to all the events. It's no small task, and I think you guys should all be very proud of yourselves. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll go select my grand champion, then my reserve champion, and congratulations, you guys. Good luck at the sale.
Thank you, Russell. How about a round of applause for Russell for being here today? Thank you for contributing your time. Did a great job. And now we are down to the nail-biting moments. Take a deep breath, kids. You've all did a good job. We're proud of you. Every single competitor here. We've worked hard all year. There it is. There's your Supreme Grand Champion. You betcha. Bentley Quigley. Congratulations to you, sir. Yes, sir. Showing his Simmental Angus at 1,571 pounds. Good job, Bentley. And now we are going to crown our Reserve Grand Champion. Mr. John Drost, yes, sir. Good job, John. That is your Reserve Grand Champion right there. And that does round out our Grand Championship drive. A big thank you to all the competitors here. Thank you to Russell. Thank you to Artie and Sawyer for ringing for us. How about a round of applause for all of our competitors today, our sheep and our steer showers. We couldn't be more proud of you, and what a great 83rd annual show that we've had. Well, and a couple more awards as we take pictures here. Our overall rate of gain for our steer show, these steers again were on feed for 207 days. This young man steer gained 3.73 pounds a day. Simon Keidel wins the overall rate of gain. And this young man, the arena, our reserve grand champion, he also wins our best homegrown market steer, John Drost. Good job, buddy. He's had to work for it today. The steers gave him a run for his money, but you don't want a little consolation here with a few big prizes coming your way, John. Good job on working hard. Well, on behalf of myself, I want to say a big thank you. It was an honor to be here today, being your MC and announcer throughout this show. Again, 5 o'clock in about an hour and a half, we are going to have supper. Following that, we will be having our sale at 6:30. So again, a big thank you to everyone that showed up here today. We're going to see you at supper time.